I don't have access to it, so I'm out here like everybody else, getting the crumbs that all the people who do have the DLC are dropping for us. But everything looks really cool, which is very heartening. I think we're pretty well positioned to have probably the best DLC that Warhammer 3 has had so far. I mean, it's certainly going to be that for me, just by virtue of being corn-centric. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see who's got a. Nobody's got a lobby open right now. That's okay though. I'll start messaging people. Sweet. Hell yes. Okay, so Tingus Pingus got us our first match of the day. Gonna be playing Chaos Dally, who they did a pretty good job of playing last time around. Played some pretty interesting Infernal Ironsworn builds. We'll see if they're gonna be doing more of the same or if they're gonna mix it up a little bit. Honestly, for people who are newer, oftentimes it can be very worth just experimenting with, not just one faction, but a handful of like different build styles. That way you can like really get the lowdown on, some of the units that you're very interested in seeing perform, whether they're like actually good or not. And then you can kind of like learn build strategies around them, or you can just, realize, wow, this unit is literal ass, and just completely forsake playing them. So, I'm not 100% sure who they're playing right now. I'm actually going to go look at bracket so I can familiarize myself a little bit. I just woke up a minute ago. We had a nice late start today for myself personally. We got a decent number of signups today. A little bit smaller than it was last week, but there's nothing wrong with that. I think, like I was talking about with myself personally, everybody's kind of on the drip feed for the new stuff and is kind of looking forward to that. The new season for Total Tavern will be kicking off as well when the DLC drops on the 12th. So it's going to be a very short season. I didn't get any tournament wins this time around, but that's okay. I got close a couple of times. If I'd played clean in a couple of the finals I was in, I probably would have. But we didn't, and here we are. We had a big goose egg. Alright, we have people who are not able to play against one another right now. Tingus and their opponent don't quite have it going on right now. Damn. I'm trying to find us a new match to check out. I'm not 100% sure when they're going to get the, when Tingus and his opponent are going to get it all figured out. He said go ahead and start looking for somewhere else to go. Sweet, here we go. Here we go. Alright, we finally got one. I'm gonna keep it swapped away for just a second. Hell yeah. They're ready to roll, so we'll get it going. So we've got Glade of the Everqueen for the first map of the day. Setcher the Imperishable versus Juan Bo. How often do you see him? Not the most common Cathay Lord choice. Still pretty decent. You know, all of the Dragon Lords are pretty good. You know, this guy doesn't have the healing potential that the other two do, but he's got some really interesting spells that Cathay can make some pretty good use out of. I believe I saw one of them being Net of Amontok. I'm pretty sure I saw that in the opening spell kit here. It'll be really nice for controlling the flow of Cetra and any other big monsters, as well as just helping lock out anything that's trying to get into the backline of Cathay, because there's a lot of Skeleton Horsemen that are available to the Tomb Kings, and they're pretty good at clearing out a lot of the artillery pieces, crane gunners, even like Jade Warrior crossbows and stuff like that. Don't love fighting the horsemen. So I think having Net of Amontok just to lock those guys down, and then giving Jade Lancers or Peasant Horsemen an opportunity to intercept a little bit easier, it's going to make a world of difference for the forces of Grand Cathay, potentially. Because I don't think this is a terrible matchup for Grand Cathay, but I do think it's a little bit Tomb Kings favored. Just by virtue of the Tomb Kings having, you know, undead, you know, missile units. Their stuff hangs in a little bit better than Grand Cathay's does. And you've got some pretty good cheap artillery pieces that can really hammer Jade Warriors. You know, you bring in like a couple of Screaming Skull catapults, and I've had a lot of success with Screaming Skull catapults against Cathay. Now, they can get shut down pretty hard by the Grand Cannons, but you don't see those too often. Which I think is a little bit of a shame, because I think they're you know, very useful for Cathay. Oftentimes, they do a really good job of shutting down enemy artillery play. And also just being, you know, semi, reliable in terms of, damage. They're pretty damn accurate. So let's see, we've got the Emperor's Executioner so that we can get some execution action on the Lords. Transformation of the Dragon, of course. The Dragon's Fang is here. And this also imbues Executioner. Jade Shield and Net of Amontok are the only two spells. We've got Roiling Skies. Just the passive, just because, I guess. Not really a tremendous amount of gold being saved by getting rid of that, I guess. Armor of the Dragon's Gate, giving that damage resistance as well as leadership and immune to psychology and a radius around him. He's got a little bit of spell resistance, missile resistance, just got really nice stats. I mean, very good anti-infantry fighter here. And might be able to get in and just rip the Necrotex and Cetra apart. Cetra's actually on foot, not on top of the War Sphinx here. So probably going to rock up with all three of those characters and just start scrapping over the number 3 objective here. That would be my choice if I'm going to be bringing a foot character squad as the Tomb Kings. That's going to mean Wanbo's going to have a really nice fight. I mean, being anti-infantry, he's going to beat the hell out of, maybe not, he's probably not going to beat Cetra down, super hard, but definitely both of these Necrotechs are in the danger zone. They do have the Vambraces of the Sun, so they do have that blinded ability on their, melee attacks.
The better to water our fields, and trouble our families no more.
Nice little speech there. I love some of the pre-battle speeches. They're pretty cool. Some of them are a little lackluster. Others are actually pretty entertaining. But we're kicking it off here. Peasant Horsemen gonna move up to the number 3, but it looks like some Skeleton Horsemen are coming out immediately, which is a pretty nice summon just right out the gate. Actually, they weren't summoned. It actually looks like they were just hiding in the woods here. Peasant Horsemen take the fight head on here. Probably just because Rogue Leader's got some more Peasant Horsemen to fold in here and assist. We'll see how that fight goes. I don't love Peasant Horsemen against Skelly Horsemen. They're pretty comparable in terms of stats, but just by virtue of being undead, these guys do have the advantage, but that's really nice micro. Not just going right up into the front. Rogue Leader demonstrating some pretty good micro skills, getting onto the rear of the Skeleton Horseman and just crushes those guys. Beautiful, beautiful micro. Definitely need to make sure that you don't give anything free here, though. Is going to chase back the Nahakara Horseman. The Skeleton Archers are going to get, they're going to be a little bit dangerous here. Don't want to leave them to just fire in. Probably don't want to take any fights in the trees here. And the Ushapti, 2 Ushapti coming out, man. Just jumping right out, getting a little bit of damage on some of these, Peasant Horsemen. Going to be pushing those guys back, but Cathay does have a little bit of an advantage on the tickets right now. Skeleton Archers getting shot up by the Crane Gunners, which is pretty good targeting priority. Just getting rid of any other opposing missile units, never really a bad idea. Definitely going to give Cathay a little bit of extra juice here while they're preparing to lock down these objectives. They've gotten them early. I would definitely push up the infantry to start trying to hold the number 3 here. You've got better cap weight than the Tomb Kings do. I know you're a little afraid of the Ushapti, which you don't have great answers to other than Crane Gunners right now. But the second the Crane Gunners can get in range of these guys, you should just swap onto them and start poking them down. This Crane Gunner over here, that's on the hillside, they could definitely be poking away at these Ushapti. And you can drop a Net of Amontok on just one of them and delay the others with the Horsemen. I don't think that'd be a bad idea at all. We've got Wanbo maneuvering over. Bandits of the Silver Road looking to get a little bit of bow fire in there, but several of the Ushapti models do actually get on top of these guys. But that's a nice Jade Shield just to keep these guys protected. It's not the longest duration on that spell. It's 9 seconds, I believe, but any little bit can help. We do get a little bit of a catch here on these Ushabti with a net of Ammontok. They are locked in combat now. There's a lot of units starting to pile in here. Good rear charge of the Onyx Crowman, though. But they need to be careful because these Nekar horsemen from Forex can just fold in onto the rear of these Crowmen right now. Do tremendous amounts of damage. Crowmen are very squishy. Definitely need to be on top of getting all of the dive elements moving in at once now. Skeleton archers are in full retreat. Not the worst idea. They are still getting shot down by the crane gunners. Crane gunners do need to turn attention now to some of the bigger, harder hitting Tomb King's units here. The fight's not going bad for Grand Cathay for sure. They've got a good surround. They've locked down a lot of units here. But they've lost the number 3 objective. It's going to take them a while to get through these skeleton warriors. Warriors can probably get in onto the number 3 here, and peasants can go here to stuff the skeleton warriors because you need the crane gunners firing ASAP. You cannot leave these guys idle. And we do finally have a Screaming Skull Catapult coming out onto the field. Gonna be doing some pretty good damage. You know, it's got that leadership debuffing effect on it with the take cover effect. Artillery also imbues a natural -8 leadership, so it's going to be debuffing a total of 16 here. You can see, look how low the leadership is getting. Oh man, -10 and then another 8, so a little bit more than I was even stating there. Wow, Wanbo just beating the crap out of Cetra over here. I am shocked. I can't believe he's doing this much damage. Wow. Brutalizing the Imperishable one here. And Cetra can take like one more, maybe 2 more hits before he's in execution range. This is a pretty crucial fight over here. If Wanbo just kills Cetra right off the rip, that probably gives Grand Cathay the game here. Kefragard gonna take some Crane Gunner fire. That's going to be big damage. Ooh, and a really good Ushabti summon on top of the other Crane Gunner, though. Definitely going to beat those guys down pretty badly. Really nice intercept with the Onyx Crowman here, getting onto these Skeleton Horsemen, saving the other Onyx Crowman. And Cetra in the danger zone. We wait with bated breath the outcome of this duel. I think he's in execution range now. Maybe one more shot to the face, and Cetra's going to be going down. I'm going to keep an eye on this. He's definitely within execution range now, right? Come on. Do him in. See, this is a scary combat for Wanbo. You can see the little icon popping up over him. Rogue Leader needs to get this off ASAP, and looks like the ability popping a net of Ammontok, so he's locked in combat. We've got the Jade Shield going down, just to give him a little bit of damage resistance. Just use the ability, please. Not using the execution ability for some reason. Apparently it's already triggered. How does that work? I don't know why it didn't execute Cetra immediately there, but regardless, Cetra goes down to the combat prowess of Wanbo here. A bit of a cleanup, though, from Tomb Kings in this pocket. Lots of mobility died over here. Some of the Onyx Crowmen did get out, but most of the Peasant Horsemen are dead now. I think that's actually the last one. Yeah, last of the Peasant Horsemen is dead. A couple of the Crowmen died out here. Wanbo stands alone. He is fighting the Ushabti and the Necrotex now, but he'll do decent damage to the Ushabti as well. He's got 2,900 value here. Skeleton Archers getting cleaned up by Onyx Crowmen. We've got some Halberds moving up. They'll be really nice to anchor here. And Kefragard are out on the field, and they're going to do some good damage. Definitely going to be able to hold against, you know, a handful of Jade Warriors. Not going to be able to stop the progress of all of these guys, though. They're just going to filter up onto the number 2 objective, and I really like the aggressiveness from Rogue Leader. Really, your opponent's only got these Screaming Skull catapults out right now to do any damage to you, and any kind of leadership debuffing is completely dependent on these guys. No magic on the field. When your opponent is on the ropes like this, this is where you really do want to get as aggressive as possible, just to try and completely break their back here. Just get on top of these guys. Maneuver over and start stuffing reinforcements. Actually doing a really good job with the other Jade Warrior. This one doing a good job, man, of just maneuvering guys onto the flanks of fights here. Even if it's not great matchups. You know, like, Jade Warriors aren't going to do tremendously against the Kefir Guard, but they'll help out a good deal. And they're going to get any little extra bit of damage is going to help against the Kefir Guard here. They're just so stalwart. They've got the regen, they've got a bonus versus infantry, and they've got really high stats. So they're going to be pretty annoying to handle with just standard old infantry. Getting on their flank is going to help work them down a little bit. Peasant Horsemen and Onyx Crowmen diving in the back here, getting on top of the Screaming Skull catapult. Definitely need a little harmony over here on the number 2. Capping up the number 3 now. Wanbo looking pretty nice, and both of the Necrotechs have died out here. Man, those halberds in Wanbo just cleaning house over here. 3,600 value on Wanbo here. Proving that he's no slouch himself, being chosen as an option for a lord. Everybody's going with Zhao Ming or Yao Ming. You know, but they're completely discounting him, and he's kind of come in here and proven that you don't necessarily need the fancy items or abilities to put in the heavy lifting, man. Good Emperor's Execution and Dragon's Fang, that's all you need. Some nets of Amontok and little Jade Shield action can make all the difference. It's actually 11 seconds, and it goes up to 22 when it's overcast. So it's a pretty cost-efficient spell, man. It's really cheap, too. I mean, 6 Winds of Magic for 22 seconds of 44% ward save really is all you could want for a Christmas gift. All the ammo's used up for this Crane Gunner. Just about paid for itself. Hasn't had the best targets to fight, but definitely has gotten some pretty good value there. Onyx Crowmen just tearing apart missile units back here with the Peasant Horsemen. But lots of cost-efficient mobility is coming out for the Tomb Kings now, and I think you maybe need a little bit of heavy-hitting prowess. You've got the halberds up here, for sure. They're going to do a good job of locking down this number 3. There's not really any missiles to threaten them. It's going to take a while for Tomb Kings to develop something out to do that. I would just pull back with what remains of these Peasant Horsemen here on the number 2. You're not holding the objective anymore. And they're not doing a lot of damage. They're mostly just getting killed by what's here. It's Ushabti, it's the Kefir Guard. There are some Skeleton Horsemen, but Skelly Horsemen, as I said, have pretty similar stats to the Peasant Horsemen. You can see there, they've even got a little extra armor. I don't know what the health looks like between the two of them. Pretty similar. They're basically the same unit, and they cost the exact same. But it's just that having the Unbreakable, you know, since these guys are undead, that swings that fight pretty favorably for Skeleton Horsemen. Which makes me think, you know, spare these poor peasants the agony of having to fight here. But you do have a really nice center position on the number 3 here. We've got a good net of Amontok going down. Gonna punish pretty nicely with the Crane Gunners here. You know, Crane Gunners, they're pretty decent against just about everything. You know, they've got the missiles that get through the shields pretty efficiently. So against Nehekar Horsemen, they're actually kind of the perfect unit to respond to these guys. They block 30% of missiles when they're facing forward. This has a reduction of -24 on missile block chance. Definitely going to be able to get through that pretty effectively. Really nice micro from the Tomb Kings here. Not committing to fighting on the number 3. Going to be looking for avenues of approach into the backfield here to get on the Crane Gunner. But as long as Cathay can keep these Peasant Spears in very disciplined positions, this is a really nice play. Using the Pillar as a blocking avenue just to force the Nehekara Horsemen to have to go elsewhere and try and reposition. Really loving that. Rogue Leader and Forex have been playing this game really nicely. They're both pretty gassed at this stage, but Cathay having their Lord out on the field with a Crane Gunner that's in a pretty nice position and pretty well protected right now is definitely going to make this a little bit more difficult for Tomb Kings than it is for the Forces of Grand Cathay here. Kefir Guard are going to be kind of annoying, but as long as you just keep filtering up infantry, you should be able to hang on to the cap weight here. We do have some peasant horsemen sacrificing themselves on the number 2 just to attract attention. Nehekara horsemen, man, oh, they're running right through the middle of these halberds. Little bit of a messy rotation. You didn't need to pull all the way out. You could have just come up through the middle here, up onto the number 2 if you really wanted. But the Crane Gunners are a little more open now. Excuse me, guys. You know, they've pushed up pretty far. They're kind of mixed in with the Peasant Long Spearmen here. You can get onto the flank of them right now if you wanted to as the Tomb Kings. That would give you a nice little trade. Even up the value a little bit. And Kefir Guard, they can continue to grind in here unsupported. They don't really need a lot of help fighting in melee, per se. Now, the Ushabti is a little bit of a different situation. They're kind of getting manhandled. There are halberds here as well as Wanbo, who, with the good stats, you know, he's not dedicated anti-large, but 65 melee attack, you know, it's 65 melee attack, and these Ushabti don't have good melee defense. He's definitely grinding in there really nicely against these guys, but Crane Gunners are definitely a higher priority target because they're going to shut down any of the reinforcements from getting in here healthily. Just more and more halberds filtering in, more spears, more Jade Warriors. We got some Jade Warrior crossbows moving up finally. And we do have a Cetra reappearance here. I don't know if the Imperishable one's going to be able to get it done, though. Cathay has the advantage on tickets. You need the triple cap as well, and I kind of think that the Tomb Kings just don't have the time necessary to get back in this game. Now, Forex has done a really good job of keeping it manageable, though. Just using the mobility pretty nicely just to, like, hound down Grand Cathay. But just get these guys out of the melee grind here. It's just not the home for them. You've got a little bit of a gap in the formation here to squeak through, and it looks like Forex is going to be going for it here. Let's see how quickly he can pull the trigger. Getting on top of the Peasant Horsemen is still pretty nice. It's going to make it a little more difficult for the Crane Gunners to fire in. You can see they're a little bit obstructed by their own unit now. Nehekara Horsemen are a much better unit than Peasant Horsemen, obviously. They should be able to win that over the course of the grind. They didn't get a great engagement because they took the charge pretty head-on. Peasant Horsemen, that is the one scenario, the one area where they outshine Nehekara Horsemen is on the charge. We do have some Peasant Longspears folding in now. It's going to be putting a nice cap on this battle, and the Forces of Grand Cathay are going to be taking this round 1 game here, man. The Jade Warrior Halberds, you know, they're enjoying their R&R. They really didn't have to do a whole lot, but that's usually the sign of a good situation on the battlefield. You can just plop down 3 fairly expensive infantry units. These guys are 650 gold, right? We'll go take a look afterward. Remembering all the costs of all the units can be a little difficult. But knowing the ballparks are important. You know, Jade Warriors are really good midline infantry. They don't do a tremendous amount of damage, but just this really durable cap weight that they represent is awesome. And being able to leave 3 of them to just completely lock an objective down, always a pretty good position to be in. Ushabti got some pretty decent value, but Skeleton Warriors, they didn't hold up too well. Archers here got a little damage, but other one got iced pretty early. And Cetra just could not get it done, man. Cetra was completely outclassed by Wanbo here. Got 4,500 freaking value, dude. Just beat down all the characters. Even in a 3v1, mind you, like, he was getting triple teamed, killing Cetra that first time around, and still put the beat down on our boy, which is very impressive. The Necrotechs weren't long in the following, and I kind of like the idea behind the Tomb King's build. Just like going and focusing on like a melee grind type of style. I don't think you need the Sphinx of Uskef, though. Honestly, if you just cut this and bring more missiles, then you'd probably beat this Grand Cathay build. Like, bring another Screaming Skull Catapult, because that was getting great value. I mean, it got 1200 value. If you get another one of those out and you're able to protect it, it just crushes all of the halberds that were flooding out onto the field. You've got all the horsemen in the world here. Honestly, you don't need all of the Nehekara horsemen. You can cut 2 of these guys, bring more skeleton horsemen. Because the Skelly horsemen are more cost effective. They've got Vanguard. They're 250 gold cheaper. For not that much less combat prowess. Nehekara horsemen are just a little better in a prolonged grind. But honestly, skeleton horsemen do the job of shot cavalry better, and I think that's what you want more for the Tomb Kings than you do sustained, like, grind cavalry. Just my 2 cents. That would be the only optimization that you need in this build. Another Screaming Skull Catapult, maybe Chosen of the Gods or something when you cut the Sphinx. Cut 2 of the Nehekara horsemen and just get a couple more of the skeleton horsemen, and then maybe a couple more skeleton spears to get out on the field, or a Nehekara warrior, and you're golden. But yeah, really nice stuff. Great Grand Cathay build. That was awesome. No way, we got a Corn Mirror match. People are messaging me here. Just answering a quick question for somebody. Let's go get this Corn Mirror match. Alright. Hell yes. So we gave Adam some coaching last tournament, so we'll see how far they've come. People tend to improve pretty rapidly in this game, I've noticed. Just because it's been out for a while, obviously, but also there's just been so many replays and people releasing content about domination mode at this point that there's more than enough opportunities to just get in and watch like high-level tournament games and get an idea of what people are doing. I think Turns said it before in some of his casts, but that can honestly be the best way to learn the game here and improve. Is just like watching, just watching matches by itself does a lot for your skills. So you kind of get an idea of how other people play the game. You get an idea of where you may be like lacking a little bit in terms of what you're trying to do with your own play style. And, kind of refine it. So we'll see what happens here. Gets main and Adam TM here. Pretty similar builds. You don't see a tremendous amount of difference in Cornate armies, typically. Just because the just a lot of the Lord and Hero options are pretty lackluster right now. It's a little bit of a shame. The DLC is going to change that, though, big time. There are some really juicy Lord options, as well as some of the heroes getting a little bit of an overhaul. Really excited to see the Blood Reapers get the Bloody Shackle. That's like one of the most busted healing items in campaign. In multiplayer, I don't know how the hell they're going to balance it. What's up, Inferno, Kareem, Zammy? How are y'all doing?
The weak cannot interfere with the path.
Alright, so we've got one skull cannon for Adam. Oh, wait, this is Adam over here. Representing, I can't remember which faction this is. The Crimson Skulls or something like that. I mean, it's a big red skull, so that's what I'm going to call him for now. But we've got plain old Exiles of Khorne versus the Crimson Skulls here. Single skull cannon versus double skull cannon on the other side. Obviously, if you know, needs more cannon. The more cannons you have, the better. Skull cannons are just a disgusting unit. They're so strong. The ROR cannon looks absolutely filthy also. That's going to be really fun to play with. They should be able to get some pretty good damage done to the heavily armored infantry that Adam is bringing out. I mean, went full bore on the mortal infantry here. First shots are going down. Lots of misses from the skull cannons. They've killed a few models out of the Marauder unit here. But they need to be focusing the more elite Chaos Warriors. I mean, there's some halberds here. There's also just some plain old sword and board warriors. Unlucky hitting the tree there. The skull cannons can be a little frustrating at times. I've been there. That's a pretty good shot. Gets a nice bit of damage in on the throwing axes here, but overextending a bit with Valkia here. Takes a big volley. Oh my god, that was huge damage from the throwing axes here. Each of these guys getting about 150 value just about. And Valkia versus Valkia here, you know, some Tzeentchian trickery going on between the Khorne Lords right now. Good collapse with these Furies, though, to support your own Lord. And Furies can actually do some pretty serious damage to Valkia. You know, she's super heavily armored, but these guys have pretty good melee attack. And their AP values aren't tremendously high, but any little bit helps. And, you know, surrounding her, Valkia can have a hard time getting away. She's kind of lucky to have squeaked away there. Flying combat is kind of haggard. Definitely got to get as much advantage out of that as possible. Skull Cannon's turned around right now. It takes a pretty vicious shot to the back from the double Skull Cannon here, neither of which has gotten tremendous value so far. These things definitely need to start putting in some serious work, though, right now. Good counterfire on the throwing axes. Halberds and sword and board warriors getting in across the board now, though. They're going to do some pretty nasty work. Dual Axe Minos, though, will definitely put a beat down on these Khorne warriors here, helping out the Marauders tremendously. Marauders do not win at all against sword and board Chaos Warriors. It's kind of crazy how good these guys are. I mean, they've got pretty good stats. They've got really high melee attack for a sword and board unit. They can put a beat down on cavalry, even. As long as they're not fighting stuff like the dual weapon Minos, they can handle just about anything on their own. At the very least, they hold in really nicely. You can see here, man. Two of them, I believe, stacked on top of one another. One being the halberd, one is just the sword and board variant. Really handling these two Chaos Warriors right now. While the throwing axes get some pretty good fire over the top, these guys can probably stand to maneuver a little bit onto the rear. Just to hold. We've got some Furies, we got some Valkia action going over the top. Adam's losing his own Skull Cannon, though, in response, which is a little painful. The Skull Cannon's beating down the Furies pretty nicely, but it's going to die to the Fleshhounds, probably. Fleshhounds just having the the magic attacks here. And they've got 21 armor-piercing damage on their attacks, which isn't bad. You know, a lot of it is base weapon strength, which is getting mitigated by the armor here. But if this thing is so damn low, God, just send the great weapons here to save this thing. You've got a little bit of a chance. One last window to save your Skull Cannon. You might as well take it. These Minotaurs are just completely trapped up on halberds and warriors anyways. They're gonna die. They're not gonna be able to stick in here. Skull Cannon starts crumbling and it's gonna be off the line, so just finishing off these Minos a little quicker isn't a bad idea. The warriors here is probably the next target for the Minotaurs. You know, Minos with great weapons have pretty good charge bonus. They can just completely flatten stuff if they get a good charge onto the rear of a unit. And it's worth charging up their Blood Greed on infantry where applicable, just because that gives them a really nice buff. I mean, more charge bonus, more melee attack, more armor-piercing weapon damage. What's not to love? Bloodletters are going to be fighting the Fleshhounds. Minos got a really easy time getting onto these guys. Really nice cleanup there. Gonna mulch through them. Furies, they got worked on by the Skull Cannon here pretty badly. Other Skull Cannon is making the most of this breakthrough here. So the Chaos Warriors on this side of the battlefield got cleaned up by more Minos. Lots of Mino great weapons. It's kind of scary. Definitely going to need a good response to those guys over here. Just get out and use your own Minotaurs to handle all this. Definitely need to get the buffering out, though. Some Chaos Warriors and some Bloodletters will definitely help in these combats. Valkia looking to get after her, the counterpart here. I mean, the doppelganger. Which Valkia is better? Who's who? We'll have to see. It's a really close game. Adam does have a little bit of a value lead right now, but doesn't have full control of the battlefield yet. Definitely needs to get some harder hitting units out. You've got one Mino here. You've got the throwing axes. They're going to do some pretty good damage. Still got some warriors, but mobility is where it's lacking a little bit right now. The Exalted Bloodletters will do pretty nicely over here. They don't love fighting Minotaurs, but they've got decent enough melee attack and good weapon strength that they can chew on these guys pretty good. They might be able to win this combat, actually. Just because the Chaos Warrior that's doing all the buffering is pretty low already. As long as they can deal with the Minos, I think this is a good fight for Adam. Just being able to beat those guys down regardless. Oh, and a good beatdown of Valkia here. Getsbane losing Valkia here. Minotaurs routing immediately upon losing the Lord. You can see their leadership just going completely out of whack, and Skull Cannon just starts crumbling. This other one has pretty much... It's going to start crumbling with 70% of its HP left. That's going to be a complete mop-up at this stage, then. Can't lose Valkia. Your Lord's dying as Khorne is pretty much game over, 9 times out of 10. Getsbane was doing pretty nicely there, but now just losing the Skull Cannons, that's like 1,500 gold that's crumbling off the field right now as we speak. You're already at like a 3,000 gold value deficit. These Minotaurs, they're going to collapse here in a moment. You've got a very healthy enemy Lord on the field as well. No way you're going to be... I would just like take Valkia to the back of the map, honestly, and just leave the rest of the army to mop up now. You don't even need to, like, play with her at this stage of the game. You've got full control over this scenario. Exalted Bloodletters doing pretty nicely. These Minos actually do catch Valkia on the ground. Since she's, like, trapped, anytime you get Valkia trapped by enemy units, you might as well stick and fight with her. Her mass is god-awful at 1,100. She is not running away from anything. Point-blank shot there just completely ices that Minotaur. Love to see it, man. I love Skull Cannons. Skull Cannons are good against everything. Their missile strength is really high. Look, you can see that. It pierces through all the warriors, actually killing a bunch on the way. The Vortex doesn't actually get any damage in on those guys, unfortunately, but you know, every little bit helps. Even just killing some models outright isn't a bad thing. Ooh, nice Sword of Corn going down there. Hitting the halberds and the marauders here. We've just got a big old blob fight developing now with all the infantry piling in. How did the throwing axes do? They got some decent value. Nothing crazy. These guys didn't really have the best targets to go up against. Throwing axe horsemen are really good at answering your opponent's minos, charging down marauders that are isolated. You know, since these guys do have a really nice anti-infantry profile, they can do some pretty good damage there. They're not terrible against fleshhounds either. Provided, of course, you get the charge off. You don't want to stay in sustained combat against fleshhounds. But if you're able to, like, get a good, like, rear side charge, and then just, like, pull out and through an infantry unit to buffer the fleshhounds off, that's just, like, juicy extra damage you can get there. Fleshhounds are really vulnerable to shock damage, because they have really low armor and low melee defense. Any amount of damage that's getting through their pretty low defense stats is going to help just completely destroy those guys. We got some marauders and some fleshhounds. Really nice buffering. You know, stacking units like this, you know, neither of these guys in a vacuum are going to be very good against Chaos Warriors, but together, they'll definitely be able to beat these guys down pretty efficiently. I do really like that. We do have a Karanak sighting, the bestest boy coming out into a losing situation. Probably not going to be able to make the difference here. Valkia can probably just go hound him down and, you know, just hunt him the rest of the game and finish him off probably. Halberds grinding in here pretty nicely. They've gotten a little bit of value despite being quadruple teamed here. Really ugly for them. Minos with 2,000 value. You love to see it. Skull Cannon hasn't gotten a lot of value. It hasn't really been getting very cost-effective shots. You know, max range is not where Skull Cannons thrive. They're just too inaccurate for that. If you get up to about where Adam has it right now, this is the best position for it to fire. You know, they're honestly pretty short range when you get down to the nitty-gritty of these guys. Skull Cannons do get exponentially better if you put chevrons on them. If you ever have like 100 gold lying around and you have a Skull Cannon in your starting build, you might as well just plop the chevrons on them. The reload skill and the accuracy buff they get is pretty tremendous. It helps them out immensely. Karanak going down to the Minotaurs here. Minotaurs feasting on this poor little doggy's soul. You can see he's just dying in the pit here. Definitely needing some milk. About to honey badger that Minotaur there. We're not going to ask what that mouth do. So, we'll take a look here. You know, Adam played a very clean game. Took full advantage of his opponent's mistakes. Really good value on the halberds. Good job of microing those into positions that they can get into combat against the kind of targets they want to fight. You know, the Minotaurs mostly. Also killed some Fleshhounds. Even just fighting fisticuffs against Chaos Warriors isn't bad. Halberds have crazy good stats. You can't bring a tremendous number of them, because they are very vulnerable to missile fire of any kind. They just suffer horrendously. But mixing one or two in's never a bad idea, because they can operate as like a very haggard, like, AP anti-infantry unit at times. Provided they still have Frenzy up, they've got, what, 38 melee attack, which is pretty damn high. For a halberd unit at base, they can serve a dual purpose pretty decently. Really good value on the Exalted Bloodletters. These guys, honestly, never leave home without one. There are very few matchups where these guys can't absolutely sweep your opponent's infantry. They're just a horrific unit to get caught by. As any infantry unit in the game, there's a very small list that can beat an Exalted Bloodletter. Star Chamber Guardians. Damn, I'm going to have to go in and take a look at what this shortlist is, because you can get away with bringing these guys, and they'll get like 200 or 300 kills for you in some matchups. Like, easy peasy. It's really funny to watch. They're just lawnmowers, man. Oh, Exalted Demonettes beat them. Just barely. It's a pretty even fight. I mean, it leaves both of them pretty gassed, but the Charmed ability, good lord, please stay here. I just want to show it off. There we go. Charmed is what kind of tips that in the favor of Slaanesh. But outside of just a handful of stuff, you've got pretty uncontested infantry dominance with the Bloodletters. I really love those guys. Just one of them in your build will do wonders for you more often than not. There's a handful of matchups where you want to bring multiple. Like against Dowie and Chaos Dwarves, Exalted Bloodletters will win you that matchup if you keep them protected. So we're going to jump in here with Slaanesh and Vampire Coast facing off for Brosi versus Captain Pinchy. Very cheeky name. We've got some Hellstriders, some Marauder Horsemen with the Javelins, Fiends, pretty cheap frontline with the Devoted Hellscourge Marauders, some Spears, and, you know, just a regular old Sword and Board Marauder in here as well. Love these guys. They do look so good, man. Slaanesh infantry have a pretty cool aesthetic. Not my favorite faction gameplay-wise, but definitely one of the cooler looking ones. All of the Mono God Demon factions just got so many cool units. They've got some sick animations too. Love Fiends, man. They're really fascinating to look at. You can see where the sensual and sickening is kind of like melded perfectly with these guys. Now, we've got Lash, Acquiescence, and Pavane. Very standard spell kit here. Rod of Torment gonna be used here. Probably just to hammer down Count Noctilus. Taking a very aggressive attack here early. Fiends are going to take some serious fire for Brosi. If Brosi just stops and shoots these Fiends down, they're going to get manhandled by all the gunfire here. But Slaanesh does actually take the #1 objective. They're trying to pull out now, but the Fiends are a little trapped up on the summon. Really nice summon for Brosi. Just locking these guys in combat, giving an opportunity to get extra damage on them. We've got a Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma going down on the Marauder Horseman as well. Doing some pretty good damage to these guys also. For Brosi with a big value lead, Captain Pinchy needs to just completely pull back all of the mobility units here. Rod of Torment goes down on the Gunnery Mob, which is a very inefficient use of that. It's much better against SEs. It's only like 400 damage against Count Noctilus, but if you can get Sigvald on top of this guy, man, this is where Sigvald needs to be going. Just scream across to the #1 objective and get on top of the Hard Knock Life here, and you'll be in a pretty good position. Now, Pinchy is stuffing the Vampire Coast pretty badly here, but we do have Bomber Mobs starting to just ice the Marauders here. If those bombers get in and just, like, hammer down these infantry units, and then the missile fire saturates in effectively against the mobility pressure, this could be a pretty short game, but a really nice Lash goes down. Good Melkoths for Brosi. Night Terrors folding in to kill the Furies. Hellstriders taking some pretty vicious handgunner fire. We just don't have enough units on the field from Slaanesh right now. They're playing way too passively back here. Just leaving the bomber mobs to just obliterate the devoted marauders here. Sigvald has no home right now. He should be out here trying to fight Noctilus. He's the perfect combatant against this guy. He'd beat the brakes off of Noctilus right now. That would probably give Slaanesh the in that they need to win the game. Without the healing, Vampire Coast would be very vulnerable here. And you're fast enough faction, you can like pull back off of this objective and then recontest when the moment is right. as it stands right now, Captain Pinchy is just way too spread out on the battlefield. Not doing horribly. I will say, grinding back a good bit of value here. Lots of the infantry for Vampire Coast are dead, but a lot of missiles are very healthy and online right now. This bomber mob is shut down right now. This bomber mob over here could stand to pull back away from the Hellscourge Marauder that's on it, replaced with a halberd, line these guys up, and then you fire in over the top of that fight. Delete the Hellscourge Marauder here. The Death Guard with polearms, they're going to be able to win this fight on this flank. I would just get the, I mean, I guess tar pinning Sigvald isn't a bad idea. Just leaving that there is a good idea. We've got some kind of spell casting going down here. Pit of Shades from Count Noctilus. You know, not always the best idea to target down Marauders with expensive spells like this, but these guys are so overlapped. Look at the damage that Pit of Shades did. Beautiful stuff. Fabrosi with the magic has been so on point from Fabrosi. That's been doing the most damage so far. Definitely need the missiles to start performing a little bit here. You've won your home objective very handily. Deck droppers up here, they're pretty much dead. They're going to crumble out. But using these deck droppers to chase down these two routing Marauder units, just so Slaanesh can't unsummon them. Not a bad idea there. But it looks like they're firing in against Fiends, which is also very cost effective. These Fiends have not gotten a lot of value. And they're fighting the wrong kind of targets. You don't want to fight deckhand mobs with Fiends. You know, these guys, they've got okay stats, but their armor's only 30. Like, even against, like, zombie pirate deckhand mobs. You know, these guys have pretty terrible weapon strength, but even just a handful of attacks getting in on Fiends is just not cost efficient. It's going to, you're going to suffer in the long term taking a fight like that. Seekers back here, they're doing okay work, but Scurvy Dogs and the Black Spot are kind of working them down slowly but surely here. 652 value on the Black Spot. Very underrated ROR. People forget that these guys have halberds and that they're like a proper hybrid unit. They can hold their own against a lot of mobile units. They're pretty nice to mix in. Your opponent can also, you know, they've got the same like banner. The only thing that tips it is that it's a little purplish. And then if you hover over them, obviously it brings up the banner. But they can sneak in under the radar pretty nicely. And that's kind of what they're doing here. I don't think Pinchy realized that these guys are, you know, the hybrid unit. Because just committing the Hellstriders over and over, Hellstriders, Seekers, lots of units just falling to the combat prowess of these crappy little zombies. You know, they discovered the power of muskets, basically. Or the power of bayonets, which is funny because they're modeled on all of these guys. It's not like these dudes actually have halberds. They're just that much better in melee combat. Furies do get on the handgunners back here. Fabrosi has got to protect these missiles. The missiles should all be support firing for one another. Because Pinchy is actually grinding back into this game right now. And this is a bit of an overextend. You don't want to spread out as Vampire Coast. You should just, you know, reform your gun line, and all of these units could be buffering for the missiles back here. But now they're just completely wide open, and Slaanesh is just going to kill them for free at this point. Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs moving up. They'll do alright, but the Exalted Demonettes and the Warriors and Marauders up here kind of putting in the work and beating down a lot of the units for Vampire Coast up here. The Demonettes did kill the deckhand mobs, or not the deckhand mobs, but the Depth Guard up here. Seekers rolling through the back line, Furies as well. I'm actually really worried for Fabrosi here. You know, moving up onto the number 2 objective with all of the melee, and just leaving this entire side open to dives from Slaanesh. That's not the play. That's a big loss here. I mean, you've lost 2 handguns. You've lost you're gonna lose 2 gunnery mobs. These bomber mobs kind of got forgotten about. And got just shut down by the Chaos Sorcerer. You know, if you just, like, have the Night Terrors and the Morn Ghouls to, like, buffer this character off, and then, the Deckhand mobs to buffer for the missiles, just giving missiles time to shoot while your opponent is maneuvering around your formation, that would be all you need to get good value and to hang on to the lead, because Pinchy's dragged it back. Right back from the pits. Now, there are still Morn Ghouls and a handful of units out here for the Vampire Coast. This game is not over by any means, but you've lost a lot of battlefield control by losing your missile line. Because now Slaanesh is just going to pour Seekers and Hellstriders out onto the field. You can see more and more coming out. Sigvald's going to be very hard to deal with. You do have tools to beat him up with, but, you know, that's like a unit of Morn Ghouls and Rotting Prometheans, which are your heavy hitters who are having to respond elsewhere. And save your #1 objective yet again. Slaanesh just punishing the overextend, easy peasy. And now the Seekers getting some good charges on the Night Terrors. Hellstriders will beat the absolute hell out of the Morn Ghouls. Look how quickly they're mulching these guys. A good response, a good Pit of Shades. We'll see what kind of damage you can do here. Locks a lot of units in place. Count Noctilus has been the hard carry so far for Vampire Coast. Morn Ghouls just hanging on to the cap. It looks like they're capping even with Sigvald. Yeah, same cap weight. So just locking each other down here. Vampire Coast has the advantage. Really nice, what is that? Wraithstorm? Yeah, Wraithstorm going down. Good damage on these Seekers. Man, it's going back and forth right now. The Rotting Promethean gunnery mob actually puts a beatdown on these very tattered Hellstriders. That Pit of Shade's doing a lot of work, man. Noctilus coming in here, trying to get that halberd on target. Misses the charge a little bit, unfortunately. And Sigvald fighting Morn Ghouls. Just get the Hellstriders on the Morn Ghouls here. Oh, Fiends are coming to help out. Fiends will just ice the Morn Ghouls here. And Sigvald holding up really nicely. These guys kind of wasting their time trying to fight him. It's so hard for the position Vampire Coaster, and they have to, like, actually do damage to Sigvald. Because he's attracting, he's holding down this objective. There's nothing to threaten him, so it's kind of difficult to focus on any other objective. Because you're constantly having to run back over here and babysit it. But now that there's a little bit of infantry on the #1 here, maybe this turns around for the Vampire Coast. We'll have to see here. I think Pinchy is in a much more dominant position. Fabrosi does have a decent amount of supplies. Does have the Rotting Prometheans out, but man, these Morn Ghouls just getting folded up hard. Just obliterated right now. And just army abilities out the wazoo for Slaanesh right now. Another Fascination. It's the 3rd Fascination, I think. Look how much damage it does to these deck droppers. Oh my god. It basically one-shots the unit. I mean, it takes them down to way less than half health, man. And they're locked in combat. They're just getting ripped apart. Brutal, brutal stuff. Very unfortunate for Fabrosi. I think just playing a little bit more disciplined. You know, Vampire Coast never wants to try and get a triple cap. I mean, it is a rare day that they're going to be able to manage it. Especially onto your opponent's home objective. Just focus on locking down the the middle objective and your home objective. Your deckhand mobs have full cap weight. So you win the cap game all day against Slaanesh. Like, you can just feed crappy infantry up onto the point, and Slaanesh has no option but to try and contest you there and try and break through your formation. Like, kind of played right into their hands, breaking your formation up like that. Because then Slaanesh just got all the mobility in the world to punish you. And that was pretty much GG from that point. So if you're here for Brosi, just keep an eye on that. You know? Definitely had an opportunity there. Gonna be going up against Chorus. What's the best way to deal with Ironsworn, Fireglaves, and Astrogoth as Slaanesh? Just bring Seekers, dude. Like, Seekers all day. Forsaken and Chaos Knights. Forsaken are okay against the Chaos Dowie. But Knights are not good. Not good against all of the units that you just laid down there. They don't have the AP to get through Infernal Ironsworn. The Fireglaves can shoot them at ranged, and then they've got the Halberds that can do pretty good work against them. But Forsaken hit really hard. They can get in against Fireglaves pretty nicely. They can lock down Astrogoth as well. Do a little damage to him. But more importantly, Forsaken are good against the, whatchamacallits, Bull Centaurs. Yeah, I know you were too down on points. Well, you weren't in triple cap range yet though. And even if you were, just pushing with all your army and just slowly choking the life out of the battlefield, because Glade of the Everqueen is pretty narrow. You did a really good job of shooting that first push off. Just tucking in, securing the middle objective, and staying on your home objective, building up another wave, and then pushing in for your opponent's home objective would have been the best option. Slaanesh needs to be broken on the wheel. You can't split your formation against them. They'll punish you every single time. And, man, I'm sure you saw it also for Brosi, but the deck droppers just got obliterated by army abilities. And Slaanesh can charge their army abilities pretty quick against Undead, because crumbling Undead still count as wavering and routing units, which is the trigger for the Slaanesh army ability charging up. So they got a lot of uses out of their army abilities against you, and the deck droppers were the biggest sufferers of that. They just got absolutely obliterated over and over again. So I don't know about the pistol variant. Maybe, I mean, I like mixing in the Saltlord Scuttlers. They can throw their bombs pretty quickly too. They don't have a tremendous amount of ammo, and they've got good, like, DPS potential. So I think just going with Bomber Bats is your best option. And Bomber Bats aren't bad against Seekers and Hellstriders either. They can punish those guys pretty damn hard. Let's do Lizards versus Slaanesh here. We'll just keep rolling with all the replays that we're getting. Alright, and we've got some more that I'm downloading now. We got a lot of Khorne players coming in here. I love it. We've got at least 3 today. Bloodguard rep is strong. People are maybe just getting some games in, preparing for the DLC. I don't think you need the Lamprey's Revenge. I mean, seriously, you can bring the exact same opening build and do just fine. Just staying on your points. Stay on your home objective, get on the middle objective, and force Slaanesh to come to you. Like, Captain Pinchy's first dive was a disaster, honestly. And it was only when you split that he really started to get value back in that game. But anyways, we're moving on from there. We've got Kiss My Axe and Stelios with 2 pretty elite armies. We've got Bringers of Beguilement in the trees here. Skink Skirmishers. With the Shredder of Lustro, we've got a Life Slan. We actually have an Ancient Salamander on the field too. Just Skink Cohorts and 1 Sword Spear for the infantry. Saurus are really good, and just anchoring this point with one Saurus warrior isn't a bad idea. They'll need a little support. I would try and keep the Ancient Salamander in the middle here. It can kind of dominate this hill. Although, actually, never mind. You know, it's Slaanesh. We've got Pavanes and Seductive... Oh, wow. No Pavane. Just Seductive Glory, and we've got a Pit of Shades caster. And a Melkoth's caster instead. Which is not a bad choice, really. Melkoth is going to be very good against Spear Riders. It's not going to be bad against infantry either. Pit of Shades, really good against any elite infantry that comes out. And we're going to see how this goes, because the Shredder of Lustria is going right down the pipe, right on top of the devoted Hellscourge Marauders, who are going to just get the crap kicked out of them here. And you can see massive leadership problems for these guys right off the bat, pretty much. They almost broke immediately. But you can see they're steadying up a little bit. These guys, though, are probably going to rout, like, right now. Big break. The Shredder of Lustria is really hard to handle if you're not prepared for it. And Slaanesh doesn't have great answers for it right now. Very nice patient play right now. Definitely don't want to just throw your Lord into the Sacred Croxigors without support, though. Definitely need the Hellscourge, need to get the Seekers around. Seekers need to come around and hammer into the back of the Sacred Croxigors here, while the Hellscourge Warriors keep these guys locked down. Gotta get these dudes active. Slaanesh is so micro-intensive that any time you've got units idling, you're putting yourself in a hole, because they're so dependent on the devastating flanker damage. Like, that is the ticket to success with Slaanesh. Exalted Keeper of Secrets. Just leave the Hellscourges here, and get in with the, either go after the Lord or go after the Salamander. I would go after the Lord, just because the Lord's kind of isolated. Yeah, the Shredder is pretty close by, but you've still got a decent number of units on top of this guy. And what kind of nonsense is this? Oh, Banishment coming down. Banishment getting the Princes of Perfection off. Doing a lot of damage to these guys, too. Big damage on Princes of Perfection. This Life Priest is pretty vulnerable still. Ooh, a stagger from the Ancient Salamander. Wasn't even aiming at the Keeper of Secrets, though. But Keeper of Secrets on top of the Life Slam pops Seductive Glory right freaking now. I don't care. Even if it's on cooldown, I'd be clicking on it anyways, because killing the Lord here would definitely give Slaanesh enough of an opportunity to get in elsewhere on the battlefield, I think, and start to take the game over. You've taken pretty ruinous losses so far. Oh, and a regrowth goes down, potentially saving the Life Slam. We'll see if the Shredder of Lustria and the Cold One Knights can lock down the Keeper of Secrets here. The Heartseekers get on top of the Ancient Salamander, but a good response with the Colossadon Hunters. Definitely need to pop Toad Rage just to keep these guys nice and healthy. Heartseekers are very good against Colossadon Hunters. Once they've killed the Ancient Salamander, and these guys turn around, they're going to start putting a pretty serious beatdown on these Colossadon Hunters. Toad Rage does go down. They're rampaging, but they got the weapon strength buff. Do a little bit of extra damage on the way out. Got pretty good value on these guys already. Definitely, as soon as that rampage ends, once they get these guys back up in the air, they do not want to get rear charged here. That would be pretty devastating for them. Keeper of Secrets fighting Shredder of Lustria. Not a fight that don't want to throw hands with that guy at all. But we are capping the back point. Pretty nice micro getting on top of that. Hellscourge Marauders. Wow, this Hellscourge Marauder in a pretty bad fight, but holding up really nicely here. Paying for itself against Feral Cold Ones, Spear Sauruses. Looks like they killed Skink Skirmishers and stuff down here. But a pretty big collapse going on in the middle right now. Dreadsaurian feasting on these Heartseekers. Heartseekers aren't bad against the Shredder of Lustria, but Shredder of Lustria with its collision attacks and just good overall stats It's just a nightmare for anything to handle. And this caster doing great work with the banana slam. Just rolling through nice and dirty with the goon squad. Got the Sacred Croxagors helping out. We've got some Coldman Spear Riders helping. Colossadon Hunters are getting big damage and just completely waxing the Slaaneshi forces here on the number 3 right now. It is a triple cap, though, for Slaanesh. Lizards can't persevere through this too terribly long, but they do have the skink cap weight. Cap weight for Lizards is rarely an issue. If they kill the Exalted Keeper here, with all of this mass locking in, it's very likely as well. This is probably going to be game. We do have a good Melkoths going down on the Coldman Spear Riders, but Exalted Keeper is dead and gone now. Crumbling out, that's going to be it for him. Good good side charge with the Coldman Spear Riders. They don't have very good stats, so they do want to cycle charge here for maximum effect, but if they just keep doing that, pulling out and back in, they will definitely be able to work down these Hell Scourge Warriors pretty quickly. Spears are doing a good job of holding. Don't want to keep them in combat, but I understand why they are. They just want cap weight. Oh, and a really nice banishment comes in. Taking a beautiful angle, too, right through the Hell Scourges. Wrecking these guys, and the leadership tanks immediately, and they do break en route. Very unfortunate for Slaanesh. They're falling way behind now. Feral Cold Ones are kind of mopping up some of the Demonettes here. Heartseekers, man, Heartseekers have gotten great value. I really want to see people bring these more. These things are... this is a disgusting unit. I mean, their stats are so fat. They've got great AP and a great charge bonus. Devastating Flanker. Soul Scent's pretty nice as well. You know, it keeps them nice and durable in scenarios where they're surrounded, but they've got, like, a unit routing near them. Gives them that extra little bit of, like, melee attack to potentially grind even better in a losing fight, or just to win even harder in a position. These Heartseekers out here not doing quite as well. Getting worked down by some very, very tattered Coldman Spear Riders. We do have the Banana Slam assisting now. I really like the micro from Stelios, moving the Banana Slam between positions. And, you know, doing a pretty good job of keeping this guy protected. He's been rolling with either the Croxagors or Spear Riders the whole time. So he really hasn't been terribly out of position. There was that one moment that was a little scary, but thankfully the Sacred Croxagors were able to respond. The Shredder of Lustria did a good job of responding as well. Very nice micro on that guy. Ooh, Colossadon Hunters get isolated over here. Look how quickly they get deleted by Seekers, and just double Seeker, man. Oh my god. Wow, they were at like half health too, and they just got obliterated. That was a, I think that was a, not Narcissism. What's the one that locks stuff in combat? Maybe it is Narcissism. Something locked these Croxagors in place for a minute. I saw it wearing off there at the end. Don't just take the charge. You might as well try and get some damage out of these guys. Bit of a mistake there, just leaving those Sacred Croxagors just to get isolated and killed here. You definitely are thin on the battlefield in terms of units. You've got the far superior units out just by virtue of having the Shredder of Lustria, which is, what? Probably more than half of the army value that's out on the field. I mean, Shredder is 3,700 gold value. It's got 3,400. Technically hasn't even paid for itself yet. But gonna be able to anchor the number 3 here. I kind of like just having the handful of units on the number 3 because it kind of incentivizes Slaanesh to try and play here. The Shredder of Lustria can maneuver around quick enough that it can jump on all of these units and just beat the hell out of them while they're trying to cap. And then look, you know, Slaanesh is like playing this weird footsie game where they're like losing cap weight now, and they don't have an advantage here anymore. And we've got a push onto the number 1, which I'm not sold on. It's not necessary, even. You are not in triple cap range. You're just outside of it. You might as well just hold back on your home objectives. I mean, people love to do this, and this is exactly how Slaanesh gets back into a losing game. Like oh, you know, my opponent doesn't have that many units on the field, my lord's alive, I've got better units, blah, 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 but you can see how hard these Seekers are crushing the Cold One Spear Riders right now. Beating the hell out of them. Now they will probably lose because they were so beaten up already. And they're going to have leadership problems because the Lord is still dead. Not out on the field. We got the Bringers of Beguilement coming out. We do have the Chaos Warrior Hell Scourges over here. So seeing the Dread Saurian over here, just like rotate these guys to the number 1. You want to make the Lizards work for this win as much as possible. We do have a bit of a cleanup here. The Feral Cold Ones did come out, and the Spear Riders, they've held in just long enough to be able to get the crumbling on the Seekers. So that's just grinding back a little bit of value, but leaving Chaos Warrior Hell Scourges and Marauders just to get obliterated by the Shredder and the Sacred Croxigores here. Not very good decision making. I mean, I understand wanting to cap that objective, and you do need to at some point, but just focusing on the isolated positions first would be a better situation, potentially. The Shredder can move pretty quickly. All of the Lizardmen units are pretty fast, so it's not like any of what I'm saying is like easily done or anything. This is an incredibly uphill climb for Slaanesh. That's just my 2 cents on the best way to try and get back into this game. Leverage your superior mobility as much as possible. Got a good dive off on the back here, but the Seekers did get mopped up eventually. And the Seekers could be answering the Feral Cold Ones back here. Maybe even kill the Lord. That'd be pretty funny to see happen. Bringers of Beguilement don't want to chase down this routing unit right now. They're going to take a bunch of damage from the Feral Cold Ones and the Saurus Spears if they do. They might as well just turn back around and fight what remains here. Because they've got Heartseeker support. They're actually doing pretty big damage to the Slan Mage Priest of Life right now. Did drop Cold-Blooded, so he does not rout just yet, but is definitely going to be routing after getting out of this fight even. Once that wears off, I don't think the Slan Mage Priest is going to rally. Might even die here because the Bringers of Beguilement are underfoot now. But doesn't end up mattering. The big ol' Shredder of Lustria maneuvering over. This thing is like full health too. Slaanesh just doesn't have the juice to get back into the game in the 4th quarter here. But pretty nicely done for the most part. Early game engagements were pretty favorable for Slaanesh. But not able to deal with the Shredder was not good. Not getting the Slain Mage Priest of Life off the field. Also a big letdown for the Slaaneshi forces. Not really having the tools to go fisticuffs with the Lizardmen either. There's a lot of really hard-hitting AP units here, but a lot of them are very vulnerable to the anti-large that's available for the Lizards. I do think this is Lizard favored in general. Just because they've got the superior big stuff. They've got really good cap weight in the Skinks. They've got Javelins. You don't really see any Javelin Skinks in here. Forgoing those and bringing, like, you know, Colossadon Hunters and Sacred Croxigores and Umbral Tide, as well as the Spear Riders, which I do really like. Not really any notes for the Lizard build. It's just a clean build. It's doing exactly what it wants to do. And it's honestly a pretty good counter to this build from Kiss My Axe. Like, pretty perfect, even. Like, the Sacred Croxies came out and beat down Bringers of Beguilement. They beat down on some of the Seekers and Heartseekers. And the other Exalted Demonette. The Fiends never came out in the field, but they would have been pretty good against them also. Colossadon Hunters doing good. Coldwind Spear Rider's doing okay, just solid value everywhere. And I don't know, Slaanesh just needed to play a cagier game, I think. You just can't go head-to-head against the Shredder of Lestria. You're going to lose that matchup 9 times out of 10. That's just one of the most disgusting monsters in the game. Beats the hell out of everything. Alright, guys. Got a ton more replays here for us. Yeah, we'll replace. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to make myself some coffee. And I'll be RB. One sec. Alright, guys. We'll do another replay while it's brewing. So what do we got here? These are the ones we've already seen. Chaos Stallion versus Infantry. We've seen a lot of Glade of the Everqueen. Let's see about... Yeah, here we go. Alright, so let's see what our Resident Corn champion, Adam TM, is able to do. Going up against Maction Hero here. I've got a Hell Cannon sighting. Two Exalted Heroes on foot. That's a pretty interesting choice. Guarding Festus. So we're going for not like a true blob from the Warriors of Chaos here. I don't know how they're going to hold up against this Corn build. The Skull Cannon can actually kill the Hell Cannon. I don't know. I mean, we'll see if Adam knows this or not, but you can like just roll right up here. And the second that you can start shooting at this thing, you can kill it pretty effectively. Now, the Hell Cannon is going to be really good on this map, as opposed to most artillery pieces. You know, because it's, you know, a giant howitzer. It like fires up and then comes down. So line of sight's not going to be that much of an issue for it. Very unfortunate miss. The Skull Cannon did get a good first shot. Gotta be careful. Don't want throwing axes to get free damage on Valkia. Run, please, Valkia. I can't tell you how many times I've made this mistake. So I'm warning all of you future Corn players not to do it. It just is not a good situation. Nice shot there, getting some more damage on the throwing axe horseman. I don't know if there's another Skull Cannon in reserve, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. And we'll see what happens. It's a very wide Warriors of Chaos build. I mean, 15 units is pretty crazy, honestly. Aspiring Champions, Warhounds coming out. We've got great weapons babysitting the Hell Cannon. Skull Cannon can definitely maneuver over and shoot this thing down. I really would love to show y'all sometime how that works in action, because they can kill the artillery piece. Now, killing the crew's a little harder for them, but we'll see. Good shot coming down. Does not hit the Marauders, though. Literally just inches away from hitting them in the face. Using the Marauders to eat the throwing axe fire. Max and Hero doing a really good job of taking the points in the early game here. Skull Cannon gets a decent shot on the Marauders, doing, I mean, about 20% of the HP off these guys. Chaos Warriors engaging Marauders, more Chaos Warriors. Halberd's got to make sure not to blob up here. You do not want to blob your infantry. Just get a good strangle going on the objectives here. Oh, and the Marauders were engaged by the Horsemen. I don't love that, honestly. They did break these Marauders, which is nice. And Maxion with really good micro, actually, able to get away from the Chaos Warriors here, so... Actually, not the worst thing. Oh, but they move through and get stuck on the Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors beat the absolute shit out of Marauders of any and all stripes. So this is going to be a really bad position. You can charge in here because your horsemen beat theirs. That'd be pretty nice for you too. The only fight that I'm a little skeptical of is this mid fight. Khorne is getting some pretty good damage in here. Harbinger of Pestilence is being swapped over to now. The Exalted Heroes should do some pretty good damage in here. You can see they're taking a beating from the Chaos Warriors, though. Chaos Warriors of Khorne, man, I'm telling you, they're nasty, nasty work. Halberd's grinding in here. They're probably getting some damage in there. All in the Horse Core. Just in full route. That's really bad for Maxion. Needs these guys to do damage to the Minotaurs, grind against Chaos Warriors and Marauders alike. We do have some Chaos Trolls moving up over here. They're fighting the Halberds, though, a little bit right now. Halberds can just stay here, and they'll beat every... Halberd alone, honestly. Maybe with just these tattered Chaos Warriors, you'd probably win this fight. And then I would just pull one of the Warriors out. Because you don't want to leave them all blobbed here for exactly that reason. The Hell Cannon with a great shot there. Wrecking those bunched up Warriors. Skull Cannon doesn't have tremendous value, but intercepting these throwing axes, doing a good job of road blocking these guys. And Adam's doing a pretty good job of cleaning up the backfield here. Pretty good Sleipnir going down on the Marauder Great Weapons. Nothing too crazy in terms of damage there. Not capping the number 2, though. A little bit too much cap weight there for the Warriors of Chaos. I would avoid diving here with Valkia. This is not a fight you want. You don't want these hands. Exalted Heroes, they aren't amazing in terms of their AP. But 3v1 is never where you want your heroes to be flying into. Now, there's a lot of infantry here that's buffering, so I guess that's a thought process. I don't think I would have taken the fight. I'd have just used Valkia to, like, fly around back here and just, like, mop up all these units that are harassing in the back line. Like, she'd be really good at chasing down these Hellstriders. Because right now the Hellstriders are kind of beating up in your throwing axes. Now, they do turn attention to the Minotaurs now. Minas suffer pretty badly against Hellstriders, but at least the Corntaurs have decent armor. So they're doing pretty good here. Hell Cannon gets a pretty nice shot in there, though. Does some pretty good damage to them. They do have a little bit of Marauder and Warrior support. We'll see how that goes. And, yeah, this is kind of what I was imagining would happen. Valkia gets in here. She was doing pretty good damage at first, but, you know, now it looks like our healing elixir's on. What's going on here? No elixirs of any kind, for some reason, on the Warriors of Chaos. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, still the Harbinger of Pestilence. Valkia has gotten damage on Festus, but isn't killing him quick enough. And now there's not a lot of infantry supporting her. Minotaurs are here now, but Aspiring Champions just buffering in here with the Hell Cannon support is probably going to be enough for this hero squad to be able to persevere through all this. I don't know, man. Khorne's starting to lose momentum on the field now. You definitely need to kill the Chaos Trolls. I would just avoid committing to this center fight. It's just not a good position for you. Not doing anything about the Hell Cannon is also not a great situation. You did a good job of mopping up a lot of the mobile units in the back line. Getting horsemen up and through to maybe harass that would have been good. Minotaurs supporting as well. Valkia just diving back here to get on top of the Hell Cannon. That would be real money, because she's hard to remove with a lot of the mobility that's out in the field. You know, she's got to worry about trolls. That's really the only unit that can threaten her in any substantial way. But the trolls have gotten pretty beat up at this point. And she's just fruitlessly going to grind in here. Now there's healing elixirs. She's never going to kill this hero squad. And I've fallen for this trap many times against Warriors of Chaos, but once you know what to do against Festus, he's honestly really easy to counter. He's kind of crap, honestly. He's only good if you play into him, kind of like what's going on here. If you just ignore him and force Festus and whatever hero squad is with him to move around, and just focus on outmaneuvering the Warriors of Chaos, then you win that every day of the week, because value, it says it's up for Adam TM, and he's not in a bad position. He's definitely got the opportunity to win this game. Just needs to disengage. Like, just nothing needs to be up here now. You've got the Severed Claw here, too. The Aspiring Champions still have 10 models. They're getting healing. Trolls are getting a ridiculous amount of HP healed. They do, oh man, they do shatter. Wow, that's awkward. Their leadership dips down for just a moment and they shatter there. Looks like the other troll unit is off the field. Yes, either that or really low somewhere. I think they also shattered. Adam's cleaning up a little bit around the field, but you've just got units here that don't belong. Like, just get your bloodletters out, at the least. Like, don't leave them here to just get killed by the Severed Claw and the Hero Blob. Valkia, she needs to get out. Just go over to the #1 objective. Recap the #3 here. You've got Furies to get rid of these Horsemen. Skull Cannon can move up over here onto the #3 as well. There's the other Chaos Troll unit. And getting the double cap right now is going to be crucial, because I actually think that it is going to be triple cap territory.
You have the foes.
This is going to be scary for Khorne. Khorne can do it. You can intercept the reinforcements here. Don't let anything else get up onto this point. If you just stop any other cap weight from getting up here, then you can definitely work down all of the units that are up here. Looks like a heal of some kind? Oh, just healing elixir. Oh, a fleshy abundance. Oh, that's brutal. Valkia was doing pretty nicely against Festus there for a minute, but now that he's got that big heal going off, he's going to stay nice and healthy. Severed Claw are here to buffer the Skull Cannon. You can see them getting their halberds in. They're going to wreck the Skull Cannon here. Stop taking the fight on the middle, please. Just go to the #3. I'm begging you. Horsemen and all these skirmish units actually killing the Marauders. This Hell Cannon, dude. 1,700 value on this Hell Cannon. It's so vulnerable. It's so free for Valkia, too. Valkia is excellent against artillery crews. Any of these, like, small foot lords are actually pretty good at diving positions like this. I know there's a Vanguard here, and your opponent can just, like, run in and blob up on her and lock her in place. But you've got Skull Cannon. Skull Cannon shooting is really good into blobs because of the Vortex now. That's like the absolute perfect situation for a Skull Cannon to get work done. I'm just very skeptical that Khorne is going to be able to win these grinds. They've lost the #1 objective again. They don't have anything moving up to cap the #3. Finally have some Fleshhounds moving up. Horsemen going over there as well. Don't have anything to answer the Horse Masters or the Great Weapon Warriors here. Now it's kind of a full flight. Festus does get broken, which is pretty nice. Valkia is really low now, though. Skull Cannon's going down. Skull Cannon's very necessary to kill the Severed Claw. Severed Claw hate getting shot by Skull Cannons. They take disgusting damage from them. Big blob moving up onto the middle, and you can just lock in as Warriors of Chaos onto this middle objective. You've gotten a ton of healing off so far. Pretty good Sloutmere, going to get some good damage on the Marauders as they move through. Valkia getting beat down by the Exalted Heroes now. Locked in place by the Hellstriders. That's going to be game, set, and match for the Warriors of Chaos. way too much commitment to fighting a heal blob. You're going to lose that every day of the week as Khorne. You don't have the tools for dealing with it. The only way you win against heal blobs as Khorne is to split the blob and force them to maneuver. Festus is slow as hell. He's 33 speed. The Exalted Heroes are the exact same. It's just like fighting Dowie. You just want their hero core to be going anywhere other than one spot where they just sit and they grind through just an entire army. I mean, look how many Khornate units are dead here. You could have saved yourself all of that pain and effort and just gone somewhere else and won. Little bit of an outplay here in that regard from Adam. Really, really nicely tried, though. Just kind of falling into the, just, you know, a pretty typical pitfall there. I've done it myself. I'm speaking from experience when I say you can't win that fight. Hell Cannon would be a much better target for Valkia to go after. You're forcing your opponent to respond to you. The hero squad that is good at beating Valkia up is all the way on the middle point. Your opponent brings out Trolls or Severed Claw over there, or the Aspiring Champions, to try and beat up on Valkia. Then you just send Skull Cannons and Minotaurs over with your own mobility, because you got a good jump on the Throwing Axe core. Throwing Axe core got dealt with very efficiently in the early game. Maneuver your Throwing Axes over at that stage onto the Hell Cannon. Force the Hell Striders out. Answer with your superior infantry. Just a little too much blobbing. Like, if you've got superior infantry on the field, just take as much space on the battlefield as possible. Like, be aggressive and push into your opponent's back lines. Intercept them to where they cannot answer you. That's the best way to use these heavily armored infantry. Because, you know, your opponent's best, like I said, best answers killed pretty early. Spread the Chaos Warriors out. You use a couple to hold the side point in the early going. Just keep like one shielded Chaos Warrior on each of the outside objectives. Use the Halberds to push forward with the other two Armored Warriors and the Marauder. Skull Cannon can push up as well and just get aggressive, intercepting reinforcements at that point. And if your opponent's blob wants to maneuver around at that stage, it's going to be a lot harder for your opponent to get good value out of it. Ooh, let's take a look at this. High Elf versus Khorne matchup. We've got Kadrin versus Dr. Kareem. We've got a Bloodthirster out on the field, as well as Karanak. Hell yes. Ooh, and we'll see if Alarielle is going to be able to survive this. We've got double Lore Master on the ground, which is pretty cheeky. Valkia is definitely not going to be able to take a fight against those guys stacked on top of one another. Kareem is going for a bit of a heal blob himself. Now, Alarielle is on the pigeon, so going to be a little bit more independent. But I think the principles remain the same. You just want to keep the Lore Masters next to one another, though. Spreading them out is kind of pointless. Like, just send them to the number 3 there. You can hold the back point with a couple Rangers. Send one up here. Bolt Throwers can position here at the edge of the woods. You've got an anchor for one flank. You know, kind of hard for your opponent to get around this. You just pop a spear to protect here and here, and you've kind of locked out this whole side. Your opponent's not going to want to go any deeper, literally be in the deploy zones at that point. Bolt Throwers are a little spread out, and Valky's taking some big damage. Arcane and Forging going down on her, which is a pretty decent choice. It's a very expensive spell, but it's doing a little bit of poke against her. Bolt Throwers are focusing her down as well. Kadrin definitely needs to keep her back there. Just keep her safe. Furies, don't want to dive too deep with them. They don't want to be the ones taking the Reaver Archer fire. Not a very good situation for them. Oh, and diving on top of these Rangers, I'm not sold on. But they do get back up. Kadrin noticing before anything severe happens. Just push Karanak over. Just get Karanak to cap this point. Your opponent's letting you take the number 3 and being very obliging. There's no reason to push this deep this early. I do kind of like the Exalted Bloodthirst, or not the Exalted, but just regular Bloodthirster pressure. Fleshhounds are going to wreck the Illyrian Reavers here. Bloodthirster's going to do good damage. Valkia staying back. Alariel can't really go in against this guy. And Bloodthirster should be able to help the Fleshhounds clean up both of these Illyrian Reavers here. This is going to be a very interesting fight to see develop. One Fleshhound is kind of tickling the Bolt Thrower crew. Leadership problems developing for one Fleshhound unit. The second they start crumbling, it's going to get really ugly. They are getting attacked in the flank. There's a lot of missile fire here. And one Fleshhound going down. Very painful. Bloodthirster doing alright, but very trapped up and going to get focused down by this bow fire here. Illyrian Reaver Archers going to be able to pick this guy off, but he does decide to push out. Thankfully, he's got pretty decent mass with 4,000. Getting away. Oh my god, I completely missed it. Oh no, Alariel got locked down by Prey the Blood God here, and Valkia got in and just beat the absolute crap out of her. Fury's also got some pretty good value. Wow. 30 armor on her. She's squishy as hell. She's going to get chased off here. Big loss for the High Elves. Way too focused back here, I think, on this fight. Nice stuff, man. Big punish from Kadrian. That's really good play. Karanak's great for that very reason. All you need is one good Prey of the Blood God, and you can put yourself in a winning position real quick. We've got Great Weapon Minos out on the field. They'll answer all of the Illyrian Reavers that are out. They'll be able to survive the bow fire pretty decently, too. High Elves are going to get pushed off their home objective here real fast, because all of the Rangers are dead. I would just send a Marauder, or actually send the Fleshhound to go fight the Lore Masters, and use Karanak also to fight these guys. Or actually, maybe not Karanak. Keep Karanak back here, just in case your opponent resummons. Just lock these guys down with mass. Do not land and engage them. No, please don't do it, Valkia. I cannot emphasize enough how bad of an idea this is. These guys are dedicated anti-infantry duelists. They're slow as hell. They got 36 speed. I know there's no healing for them now, and Valkia is a pretty good duelist, but it's a 2v1. I know you've got some Marauders, but just don't risk it. Like, Khorne cannot play without a Lord. Like, the leadership penalties are so harsh for them, it's never worth it. Just keeping her away at this stage of the game and waiting for Alariel or other targets to come out is the smart money. Minos and Furies playing very aggressively in the back line. Now, I like this pressure. This is where Valkia would be better off supporting. She could just come and land back here on top of the Bolt Thrower crew or the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Just try and keep her somewhere where she's being supported by the Fleshhounds and the Minos, so the Rahagger's Pride can't get her. And she'd be pretty set. Doing a good job, though, getting in here with Karanak and Valkia and the Bloodthirster now, though. All three of these guys definitely going to be able to beat down these Lore Masters. Very good cleanup from Adam. I just didn't like Valkia engaging alone. That was what I was opposed to. But, you know, coming in with Karanak helping out and getting a 2v2, that's a much better spot for Khorne to be in. Karanak's a great duelist as well, man. Even though he doesn't have tremendous AP value, he's still got 220 AP, which is a pretty good amount of damage. And 90 armor is not going to mitigate all of the base weapon strength either. It's worth noting that, like, 130 armor base weapon values are not, like, totally meaningless. There's still going to be a little bit of damage, but it's mitigating, like, 90% of the base weapon strength. At 90 armor, I believe it's mitigating 70%, 65%. There's a spreadsheet out there somewhere that has all those values. I would highly recommend checking that out for like the full info on that. It's very useful information. Armor values are kind of critical. It's very worth knowing what they do and don't do. Chaos Knights in here. We do have Illyrian Reavers running over some Marauders. Bloodthirster answering that. Minos need to get up here because Rahaka's Pride are very healthy, and Fireborn are out on the field now. Got to keep an eye out for Alarielle, but she should be summonable soon. There's a lot of supplies for Dr. Kareem here. Bloodthirster beating the crap out of the Illyrian Reavers, terrifying them. He can probably beat down the Lore Master here. He's got good enough melee attack, he should be able to beat him up. Rahaka's Pride fighting in here, trying to get on top of Valkia. Valkia needs to be real careful. She's getting a little low. Don't love the fact that she's still in this combat, and she's kind of in danger of getting surrounded. Just use Karanak to fight the Rahaka's Pride here. He's much better against them than they are him. He is a large target, and, you know, they're anti-infantry. Valkia's not doing bad, though. She's gotten some pretty good value. 1800's real nice. Minos don't need to be chasing here. They need to fold back up into the number 2 objective, which is realized very quickly by Kadrin. Really good response. Chaos Knights losing this fight against the Fireborn, but keeping them locked down for this long is really good for you as well. You do have Valkia. Valkia is pretty good against the Fireborn as long as she's not alone. Come on, please get the Minotaurs in there. They take a charge from the Illyrian Reavers, and they are very occupied now. Bloodthirster finally gets a good attack on the Lore Master, beating him down. Khorne has the number 3. Bloodthirster needs to come over here and help against the Fireborn. Fireborn, 38 models. Is there any healing coming out? I really do feel like getting Alarielle back out on the field is a pretty good idea here. I mean, she can drop a regrowth on the Fireborn. Get big healing on them would have been really nice, but now they're fighting Minos. They're not going to do badly here, but Minos just have such good shock damage that you can see the beatdown they're putting on the Fireborn here. Valkia is also down here. She's still doing some pretty good work. Needs to be careful not to get killed by the Lore Master. She does turn attention to him, puts a big old smack into his face, and shatters his leadership, actually. Really nice. Karanak, very healthy. Love this guy, dude. Look at him. Love him. Got 900 value, which isn't too bad. I mean, you can chalk up like a full kill to Alarielle to him also, basically. You can like tack on another 1,000 value. That'd be truly reflective of what he's done on the battlefield so far. Valkia going after Sisters of Avalorn. Sisters of Avalorn are like the perfect unit to Sleipnir and then charge. Because when they're like super bunched up in their firing line, they have no missile, they have no spell resistance. They've got really low armor. Sleipnir will do basically full damage to them. Completely fold them up on HP. It won't kill any models, but then you land with Valkia. She gets a couple of attacks in, and you'll auto-break their leadership. It's really funny. Sisters of Avalorn are, like, in theory, a great unit in this matchup, because they've got the AP missiles. But they just get shredded by Khorne mobility. Fleshhounds, Furies, pretty much everything beats the crap out of Sisters of Avalorn. They suffer really badly in this matchup. Skull Cannons are really good against them too. Look at the Bloodthirster, dude. 1,500 value on this guy, 1,600 and counting. Doing great work against all the Illyrian Reavers on the field. You'll love to see a Bloodthirster doing well. For a change. Not very often that I see it doing this much work. And Kadrin has been making great use out of it. Breaking the Sisters of Avalorn. Rangers have a pretty decent fight against the Furies. We're going to fast forward through the rest of this. This is way over now. Huge value lead for Kadrin. Khorne is one of the best factions at just like continually compounding on value leads. A little similar to Slaanesh in that regard. Slaanesh is a little bit better at it than Khorne, but Khorne's pretty close behind. You know, you just like win a couple of really good fights, and you can just bring your mobility out and just feast upon the souls of your opponent, man. And Lore Masters and Alarielle, Really not getting it done. They got beat down bad. Well done, Cadrian. That was a great game, dude. Very clean. Alright. Bracket time. Let's take a look at what's going on with it. Here we go. We're in round 4 already. This is going really quick. I do really like this format where we just kind of get in and go all the way through the rounds at just like a blistering speed. Because then we can get semis and grands out of the way, and then we can go back and just like go through replays and take our time with it. You know, my goal more than anything with the new player tournaments is to like highlight the guys who are doing like really well in the semis and grands, and then just give people, you know, some pointers for what they're trying to do with their factions. We've had some really good games today. That first game between Forex and who was it? Forex and Rogue Leader was really tight. Probably the closest game we've seen so far today. I'd love to hear from anybody else if they've had any close games with this. Oh, yeah, the Shredder is in a really good place. I'm just seeing that message, Bumpy. Shredder does not need a price increase. It's a monster. It's one of the best SEs in the game, and the price reflects that pretty accurately. I wouldn't change anything about it at this point. Alright, let's flop back over. I'm going to make sure I get all the replays, too. Oh man, we got Khorne versus Dark Elves. I'm being spoiled today. Ooh, and Cathay versus Khorne also. Zinch Coast, Lizards Khorne. Ooh, and Slanesh versus Chaos Dowie. Okay. More replays for the replay god. Yeah, we'll replace whichever 2 files that is. Alright, I'm gonna get my coffee. I'll be right back. And we'll probably do this Cathay versus Khorne matchup. This is one I'm really interested in. These builds are kind of wild, honestly. From both sides, in my opinion. Okay. We're here. We've got Rogue Leader and Cadrian. Cadrian coming off a win in the last game that we just highlighted, which was just really well played. Very clean against the High Elves. Khorne has a very favorable matchup against the High Elves, to be fair. But it still takes a lot of effort because they've got some pretty nifty tools that can do some big work against you. I really love the aggressive Karanak and Bloodthirster play. We'll see how it works out here, though. You know, bringing a Bloodthirster against Cathay is a little risky because of the missile fire that they have, but this is an interesting Cathay build because the missiles, you know, typically you want to bring Crane Gunners against Khorne because they've got the Shield Breaker on the Jezzails. They're really good against the Armored Warriors. But we actually have Jade Crossbowmen, and they're usually kind of bad in this matchup, because they get wrecked by Furies. Number 1, they get beat by Furies. Number 2, their missiles, you know, are, you know, not AP. So usually against shielded warriors, which is typically what Khorne wants to bring in the opening, these guys are going to just kind of flail against that hopelessly, not really do any meaningful damage. But against this build, these Jade Warrior crossbows have some serious damage potential. Skull Cannon will be able to skirmish them pretty effectively. There are a couple of Furies out the gate. We've got Marauders on the field. Hopefully we get some Bloodletter action. I honestly can't remember if I saw them in Kadron's build to start off or not, but Bloodletters are pretty, they're pretty crazy in this matchup. Now, they need to worry about Onyx Crowmen and Jade Lancers, but other than that, they beat just about everything that Cathay has to offer. Felix and the Celestial General on foot. I really like it, honestly. I mean, Felix is going to heal this guy up as long as they're in combat together, and, you know, Celestial General has the Brass Cleaver. Felix is anti-infantry also, and this guy has big melee attack, so they'll beat the living hell out of Valkia if she lands on him. Adam is going to be, or Kadron, sorry, is going to need to be very careful here. So what else has he got? He's got Lord of Grand Cathay. I do like that. Area of Effect buff, not the biggest radius, only 35 meters. And it doesn't last that long, only 16 seconds, but plus 40 melee defense can make all the difference in a fight if you take it early. A very aggressive play on the back objective here. Peasant Horsemen going in deep and getting on top of the Marauders, but look at the Marauders of Khorne, dude. I think the charge kind of got broken by the Skull Cannon, and then these guys just kind of trickled in. They just got manhandled by Furies and Marauders, man. Very stalwart play there. Skull Cannon also looks like it got some good damage. 200 value on that old boy right now. Jade Lancer's coming in, though. This is going to be a really ugly fight for them, though. There's just too many losses here now. I would just completely pull out. Rogue Leader does not need to keep recommitting into this fight because Skull Cannon and Valkia broke the charge of the Jade Lancers, and now the Furies are landing on top of them with Minotaurs charging into the mix. It's going to be a big disaster here. Big losses so far for Rogue Leader. Cheeky little play, keeping two of the Marauders out of range in the missile fire for the most part. These Marauders getting focused down really nicely by Rogue. We do have some Onyx Crowmen coming out. I would not waste my time going on to these Peasant Spears right now. The thing about Furies and Onyx Crowmen is that it's a completely even trade. They'll literally kill each other sometimes. It's very funny to watch. And if one doesn't beat the other, then the other is just like so messed up. They've got no functional like combat value after that. So I like to bring Furies in and not even go after units on the ground until I've killed as many of the Onyx Crowmen as I can. Big win for Khorne on this back objective. I mean, big value lead. Not 100% accurately reflected right now. Yeah, some Marauders have died over here, and there's a Fury that's dead also. But more than enough tools to get in on this center formation here, I think. Just need to keep cleaning up the Peasant Horsemen before you even think about going over here. Good micro getting the Furies back. They did take a little unnecessary damage, but that's okay. Can't be perfect all the time. Skull Cannon needs to shoot the missiles. Yeah, just too early. Not the time for this dive. There are still some Jade Lancers and scattered horsemen that can like stop your momentum up. You can see the Minos going in unsupported just take a ton of damage from the Jade Warrior crossbows. Oh, catastrophic loss for Khorne. And Rogue Leader immediately pulls back the value lead. You've got one objective. You can make plays for this back objective here. Oh, an Onyx Crowman jumping on top of Karanak. Disaster in the making for Khorne, honestly. Now, the Bloodthirster has gotten in, but does not want to fight the heroes here. This is a losing fight for Khorne. Marauders are not going to beat the Jade Warriors. Fleshhounds need to come help Karanak out. And, yeah, man, just losing those Minos sucks. They got no value, too. Minos are super vulnerable to missile fire. You just can't leave them to get wrecked like that. Furies need to help the Skull Cannon, and the Minos need to go there also. This game is not over, but Khorne definitely played themselves a little bit with this dive. It was really messy, very chaotic. And Valkia needs to get away. I understand wanting to scrap a little against the hero core, but you don't want to just keep these guys in combat. Just get away from them. There you go. Get on top of the missiles. That's really good. Micro. Bloodthirster back up in the sky. Valkia and the Minos going to rally here a little bit. Definitely need a little bit of milk on the middle, or go after the number 1. You don't have to commit to fighting in the middle here. Khorne is the absolute period best split pushing faction. They're better than Slaanesh at it even. Because the thing with Khorne is that you can get, you know, like... Khorne is going to be able to make better use out of their heavily armored infantry than Slaanesh is. Slaanesh really thrives in bringing the lightly armored, like, AP stuff more often than not. Their warriors can tend to get outmaneuvered pretty badly, and I don't know, it feels a little bit easier to make good use out of Khorne warriors just because they have Frenzy, they've got great melee attack stats. So when you, like, push them up into an exposed position, they attract a lot of attention from your opponent, and they can actually punch back pretty nicely. Like, they'll beat a Jade Warrior Halberd, actually, in combat. There was a sort of Khorne that went down here and did big work. But, whether it's going to be enough or not, I'm not 100% sure. We do kill both Onyx Crowmen up top here. Skull Cannon and the Furies have finally cleared the Peasant Horsemen. Marauders holding back here. Still not capping the middle, though, and there's still a decent number of units here for Cathay. The Jade Warrior crossbows did get taken out. That is the big win here for Khorne. Minotaurs grinding away at the Celestial General. They're kind of pushing him away from Felix right now. He does fall over, though. He is going to be able to link back up with his healer. Probably get some pretty nice healing fighting these Marauders. Skull Cannon firing in here. Whiffing horribly at the Jade Warrior Halberds and Jade Warriors here. There's no mobility on the field. Well, now I say that a Jade Lion comes up, but you can still park up here. And then you can just, like, fire into whatever blobs start developing. We've got to kill this Jade Lion back here. Stop committing to trying to kill the Celestial General before you kill Felix. If Felix is on the field with your opponent's Lord, you kill Felix first. You don't waste your time trying to kill the Lord. Because Felix is providing healing this whole time. You know? You can see Blood Oath going off here. Now, it is getting mitigated a little bit by the fire damage that Valkia and the Bloodthirster have. But you can see here Jade Lion and Felix and all of these halberds and everything folding in here to protect the hero blob. Khorne does not fight hero blobs. Khorne split pushes against hero blobs. Especially if they're backed up by like a nice deep set infantry formation. There's no point fighting here. Khorne had plenty of opportunities to maneuver over in force with infantry and mobility to take the number 1. That forces Cathay to, like, send mobility over. But what mobility would they have had? They lost, like, all of their horsemen over here. Like, you won the mobility fight so hard, make use of your mobility. By going in here into this middle fight where the enemy's formation is concentrated, you're giving up the mobility advantage. Like, Khorne lost a ton of Furies, lost a lot of Fleshhounds. They killed the missiles, they got rid of the Harmony, but they don't have the heavy-hitting infantry here to grind through all of the Jade Warriors. You know? Like, you've got the Jade Lion that's answering the Skull Cannon now. It's gotten some pretty damn good work done. 1100 value already. Oh my god. It killed the Bloodthirster too. Valkia is pretty much handled. Karanak doesn't have any targets to fight. Doesn't want to fight Felix or the Celestial General or the Jade Lion. And look here, you know, like, you did all this damage to the Celestial General. He took a whole bunch of damage, and now he's just going to heal it all up, thanks to Felix being next to him. Skull Cannon going down. Losing that's a big loss. Skull Crusher's coming out. They'll do okay work, but Cathay has the complete advantage in terms of mobility now. And they're grinding out all the infantry. Peasant Horsemen are going to clear the Marauders. Skull Crushers will beat them, but Cathay just doesn't even need to fight the Skull Crushers now. Like, why waste your time? They're 62 speed, so they're, like, decently easy to avoid with your peasants. You can push up halberds just like you're doing right now. It's really good micro from Rogue Leader. Rogue Leader has done a really good job of scrapping back in this game. Losing a mobility fight really early like that can be pretty disastrous, but unfortunately Kadron did not know exactly how to follow that up, and has really been grinding in against the Hero Corps and the infantry a little fruitlessly right now. Karanak going down, Valkia being off the field. This is GG. Khorne does not have a way back in this game. They've got to get a triple cap anyways. You can see even a bad fight from the Fleshhounds on the Peasant Long Spearmen here. Able to clean those guys up. They'll kill the Jade Lancers too, as long as they get in there and just fight them head to head. You're trying to kite away from Jade Lancers, not always the best thing to do. Nice timing sword. That did a lot of damage. Oh my god. Sword of Khorne is so fun. It's just a great ability. Well, we do have the Skull Crushers back here. Man, they got 1800 value, but Jet Lion, or is it the Jet Lion or the Jade Lion? I think it's the Jade Lion. Managing to grind through them with the support of halberds and the Peasant Horsemen. That's going to be game, man. Rogue Leader with a big comeback there, honestly. Doing a very good job of staying patient, letting your opponent make the mistake of coming to you, honestly, and punishing them really hard. Minotaurs got shot to pieces before they even got into combat. And you can see, not crazy value on the Jade crossbows, but the few volleys they got off on those Minos more than made up for it. Killing that Mino is pretty huge. Good value on Felix. Felix got more value than the Celestial General, which isn't something that you're going to see happen terribly often. But, you know, killing Valkyrie will do that for you. And too much of a commitment to trying to kill the foot characters. Foot characters are hard to kill. Honestly, you're better off bringing an Exalted Bloodletter to try and kill these guys. Exalted Bloodletters are really good at killing foot characters. They do need to be careful of the Celestial Sweep ability on the General, because it does disgusting damage. I mean, it'll one-shot units if they're blobbed up enough on them. But I still think that's your best bet. Just use Valkia to control the side objective with Karanak and the Bloodthirster. Like, you've got everything you need here to just terror out mobility and beat up on the Jade Lion if it moves over. You can get on top of Crane Gunners with these guys. There's so many things that Kadron could have been doing with the mobility that he just didn't do. He committed piecemeal into that middle fight and lost all momentum immediately. So just a cleaner build-up and engage from there would be the way to do it. Yeah, and no magic for Cathay was an odd choice. You know, always bring a caster. Cathay has really good magic as well. They've got all kinds of fun lures. And against Khorne, they've got some really good ones. What is it? The slow that they have. Is it Storm of the Night? I need to check real quick, or it's going to drive me crazy. No. Oh, yeah, it's on the Shugengan Lord. Storm of Shadows. Storm of Shadows with the slow is an absolute nightmare for Khorne, because it lasts 29 seconds. You can give it an aura of 35 meters. You can just lock stuff down, and then countercharge it into Oblivion. It's awesome. Probably the best spell that Cathay has against Khorne. Khorne hates being CC'd. They hate slows. It's the worst spell for them to go up against. Ancestral Warriors isn't a bad summon either. Keep the Jade Amulet. It's really good. Scales of the Celestial Court's not very good. You don't even need to bring her, though, because you can bring an Alchemist. And you can bring Searing Doom and Plague of Rust. Just have her on foot. Then she can stay protected by Felix and the Celestial General, which should be more than enough to keep her alive. And she just casts the Searing Doom and Plague of Rust all game and torments Khorne that way. That works just as well. Searing Doom is a crazy spell, dude. I mean, 100% explosive damage on 40 projectiles. It doesn't matter how much spell resist you have. Unless you've got, like, 50 or 60% spell resist, it's still doing disgusting damage to your unit. It's kind of wild how powerful it is. Alright, I'm going to download the last of the replays that I've got here. So many Khorne matchups. We're going to check bracket again. Kajrin and Demate, as well as Pinchy and Tabith, are the last people playing. So we're going to hold up here. We'll wait for them to finish, and then we'll get into the top four. Let me bring y'all over, and we'll see what some of that top four action's looking like so far. We've got Maction undefeated so far. Really nice play. Definitely made some mistakes in the match against Adam that could have been exploited with a little bit better macro decision-making from Khorne. So not invincible, but very well done getting up to 4 wins. And Son of Heaven up here. Stelios coming in with a steel chair on the Lizardmen. Dr. Kareem and Tingus Pingus rounding out that top 4 right now. If Pinchy wins, though, Pinchy will get in over Tingus or Kareem. I mean, I guess over Tingus, since less of a tiebreaker there. We'll see how that works out. Everybody else is very set, it looks like. Yeah, Kajrin down here. Well, Kajrin could get a win and also get in. It would be a coin flip between Kareem and Kajrin. Unless there's some kind of special tiebreaker that I don't know about. Oof. There's not actually anything that lays out what to do in the event of a tiebreaker. Rock, paper, scissors for it. What else went on here? Well, how'd the tournament go for those of y'all who are in here? Because it's been pretty good so far. We've had a lot of really solid games. We haven't had any true nail-biters just yet, but I do have one replay that promises a very close game here. Rogue Leader had to drop. Okay. I was wondering where they went. Alright, Kiss My Axe with the 2 wins. Alright, well, it might be a minute before they're done. We'll flip back over. We'll go and we'll scheme up some builds, I guess. We'll do a little, a foot build. You know, Karagul isn't like a bad ability. Helping Hand's not bad either. Just kind of expensive, and Felix is honestly pretty good bare bones. Oh, he's gonna get focused down anyways, and none of these help his survivability much. It does punch back a little bit harder. I guess against Khorne, bringing Karagul is a good idea. Just because you get more bonus versus infantry. Pretty much guaranteeing that you hit Valkia. And flaming attacks are never a bad thing. Then you bring the Alchemist on foot. Flip over to Dom. You can cut pretty much all the abilities and items. You don't really need any of these. Enhanced Metallurgy isn't a bad idea because it gives magical attacks. So maybe you can bring that. And then you've just got an annoying Foot Core. You can bring the Jade Lion still. I liked the Jade Lion. It did pretty nicely. Just bring the Peasants and the Mobility. We did have the Jade Warrior crossbows, I remember. I don't really love them, though. I mean, they're just like... I feel like Crane Gunners are just going to give you a little bit better performance. And with all the mobility you have on the field, you can protect these Crane Gunners pretty easily. Definitely want Peasant Long Spears against Khorne. Because these guys obliterate Fleshhounds. It's actually kind of wild how good they are against Fleshhounds. Yeah, you can bring a Jade Lancer to open. Maybe a couple Halberds. What else would be good against Khorne in your experience, Dark Age? Because I know how you play. You bring like a rush build. You don't even worry about bringing missiles for the most part. Which is honestly its own little, like, build that you can do. You can just go fisticuffs with Grand Cathay at times. Ooh, a Zhanggu War Drum's not bad. Bring it out as your first summon and then push it up to support the line here. And then last 500 an Iron Hail Gunner, I guess. So Iron Hails are a really solid missile unit. They do a lot of damage if you can get volleys off with them. They can massively overperform for sure. I think this would be just a slightly more optimized version of what we just saw. Crane Gunners are just harder hitting against Khornate units, and they've got great range. Skull Cannons are a little bit of a threat against these guys. They're in a really loose formation, though. So Skull Cannon shots with the Vortex don't do that much damage now. Skull Cannons are still really inaccurate at long range, and these guys have the range to keep them away from, like, optimal poking position. So that's why I think they're really good. You know, I play Khorne. I don't play a lot of Cathay, but this is a Cathay build that I've definitely struggled against in the past. Not so much the Jet Lion. The Celestial Lion with the Fearsome Roar is a little better. Because, you know, removes leadership and the ITP is pretty vicious. Not super great. So you can do that, or you can just, you know... You can bring the Jade Lion if you really want. It's still a really good monster. It's got good weapon strength. It's got the magical attacks. It's very fast with 75 speed. And it actually has cap weight, unlike the Celestial Lion, which is a flying unit. You know, it's not going to contribute anything to caps. Unfortunately, it does not show cap weight here, which would be really nice to see, so people don't have to memorize. Boom. Okay. Are we here? Thanks, Forex. It's very kind. Send me the replay then, man. Unless you already did, in which case I'll definitely check it out after semis and finals. Kadron and Demate are still playing. And that is kind of important, because, I mean, it's going to determine the tiebreakers a little bit, I guess. Pinchy did win, so Pinchy is going to be up here undefeated as well. Very impressive. Going undefeated in bracket is never easy. I've done it like a handful of times. I almost always lose a game. What are the factions looking like? Man, Dark Elves have been pretty dominant this season. It's going to be a really short season, to be fair. Turns resetting the season with the Omens of Decay, which is just, what, 5 days out now? Yep. Oh, God, it's going to be great. I'm really excited to get my hands on all the Khorne DLC. It's going to be amazing. Nicely, I didn't realize there was a tournament last night. Nicely done winning that Dark Age. Doot. Ooh, and there's another Dom tournament later today. A little too soon for me, unfortunately. That's okay. But if y'all are seeing this, let me flip you over. Opal Bear is hosting a tournament at 3:15, so in a little bit less than an hour. So when we're done here, and if you're not wanting to stick around for all the other replays and stuff, maybe go check that out. I don't know if anybody is going to be streaming it or not, though. Alright, here we go. So Kadrian did win. Oh, but Kareem played Kadrian's opponent, so got the one extra point. Or, sorry, played Kadrian already and beat him. So damn, just missing out on top 4 for Cade. But got 3 wins. Didn't win any games in the last tournament, I remember. Yeah, down here, this was the first tournament. Doing much better now. Let's go. Improvements happen in leaps and bounds, or it takes months to improve. It's either or in this game. I've definitely had my fair share of times where I feel like I've hit the wall, and then it's taken me a little while to, like, push past it. Alright, here we go. Top 4. Wait, oh, this is the Conquest Tournament. LOL. So, they haven't finalized the top 4 for the Dom Tournament yet. Let's go see what's going on in the Discord. Couple more. I'm really curious to see which of the DLC factions ends up being the chosen, so to speak. Because there typically ends up being one that people really focus in on for having, like, the most busted stuff. I'm just really curious to see which faction that's going to be, because think it's gonna be greenskins with the squigs, which look absolutely ridiculous right now, especially the Mangler squigs. I'm sure everybody here knows what I'm talking about, with the fact that they just kill everything, even outside of the wacky explosion damage that they do. What happened in yesterday's advanced tournament, Marco? Yeah, watch the replay against Grand Cathay. You'll figure it out. It's it's tough. Khorne is a very interesting faction. It is a little weak in a lot of regards. The DLC units look like they're gonna fill a lot of the holes. And introduce lords that aren't Valkia. Like, thank God. Like, I love Valkia. She's so cool. I'm so sick of bringing her to be competitive, because outside of like 2 or 3 matchups, she really is like your best option in every scenario. But I think that the Blood Speaker and what's his face, Arbol is obviously going to be really strong, but I think Skull Taker is going to be a very understatedly powerful lord. Like, I was looking at his abilities from, you know, like, the various videos and people who have been covering the DLC so far. He's got really solid stats. He's got a lot of HP for a Footlord. Most importantly, I think he's going to be really freaking good on the Blood Throne, because he's got an ability that charges up and gives him immune to flanking, which on a Blood Throne, that's the biggest weakness those things have. He might be damn near impossible to deal with on top of that thing. I want to at least see. I haven't had any hands-on time with that, but I think people are already, like, making some very inaccurate assumptions. You know, and having a durable Blood Throne Lord will be really strong, because they give ridiculous buffs around them. I've had the Herald on top of the Blood... Here, I'll just show y'all. I don't know why I need to just talk about it endlessly. You know, show don't tell, right? The Herald on the Blood Throne really isn't terrible. Got pretty bad melee defense. This is what lets him down. Doesn't have immune to flanking. But the Totem of Endless Bloodletting and Revel in Slaughter, I mean, giving 12 leadership and 16 melee attack and a radius around you. This guy turns Marauders, even Marauders turn into absolute shredding monsters. But you can do some really wild stuff where you just bring, like, a ton of Bloodletters, and then bring the Blood Throne Lord. And, like, yeah, you've got infantry killing prowess for days here. And not only that, but if your Bloodletter gets jumped by a cavalry unit, and you move this guy over, and he gives them 16 melee attack, they got 50 melee attack, suddenly. And with the good AP, they'll shred anything. And I feel like Uzul, Skull Taker, is going to do that even better. I'm hype. I just want everything. I want to play around with it all. I want my DLC, damn it. Where's my early copy? Alright, we're still waiting on top 4. Oh, Demon Prince. I'm curious if any of the other Khorne stuff gets balances. I know Blood Reapers are getting the Bloody Shackle. I mentioned it a little earlier, but it's a broken healing campaign. It's going to be even more broken in multiplayer, because it's a 1.6 heal for 30 freaking seconds. That's, you know, what? 40-something% healing on these guys. They're going to be even better than Exalted Heroes at what they do. You know, these guys have Potion of Toughness. And on top of the Juggernaut, they're pretty good, but they're super expensive. They're 1,300. These guys, with just their heal, will be like 1,200, I think. Because the item is going to cost money. But I think we'll see some, like, Blood Reaper play, potentially. Finally, it's like, these guys never get brought. Locus of Abjuration is just not useful as an activatable ability. This would be really good if it were passive and only gave, like, an extra 25%. Then I would 100% bring a couple of these guys on foot. Just to, like, go babysit, like, Chosen or something. That way spells aren't just obliterating them. Stuff like that would be pretty nice. Here we go. We got the top 4 kicking off now. Let me find it. Again, that's Conquest. There it is. Son of Heaven, Captain Pinchy are going to be... We're going to join their game, I think. And on the other side, it'll be Dr. Kareem and Maction. It's going to be good action all the way around. Very excited for the top 4 here. Let's get away from builds. Ooh, Dried Floodplain. Floodplain's probably going to favor Lizardmen a little more than Slaanesh. The objectives are pretty close together on this map. They're like all right here. 2 of them are in this little pocket. There's the high ground position here. And then there's a lower ground position. Lizardmen probably want to just move up and take those 2 points. Because then you can anchor some infantry in the woods so that Slaanesh has a hard time flanking you. And then on the high ground, you just make a big box, try and hold out there, and then you scrap over the middle objective on the low ground. Alright, give me a sec, guys. I'm going to flip y'all away for a minute. And I'm going to take a sneak preview of the builds here. Which are looking pretty fat now. And mind you, Stelios has already beaten a Chaos player. A Slaanesh player, specifically. So, already has a little bit of an advantage. Just by virtue of having played the matchup already. It's probably very prepared for the Slaaneshi hordes. Here we go. They'll be kicking off soon. I'm going to BRB real quick before they start. Yeah, Cajun, if you're asking which one I was, do you mean like your Swiss points and everything? Yeah, beating Kareem is... See, the issue, unfortunately, you know, with Swiss tournaments, it's the score of all of your opponents that adds up to your op points. So you beat Kareem, who is in the top 4, but you have less Swiss points because your opponents did not win as many games as his opponents did. So even though you beat him and you'll have the same number of wins, he's got more Swiss points. So that's why he's in the top 4. That's generally how it's done. Yeah, let's see how it goes, man. Pinchy for the win. Lots of Slaanesh haters here. I love it. I'm not a huge... Slaanesh is just a very obnoxious faction to go up against. God, they're annoying. They drive me crazy. So, we'll see if the Dread Saurian and this spear box is able to get it done. I do kind of like bringing all the spears. Skink Skirmishers, you know, are better in mass than they are just like 1 or 2 of them. So I do kind of understand bringing just these guys. It's a tiny-ass build, 6 units to start off with. Going to be very important to play the objectives very tightly. And Stelios maybe going to just get up on the 2 and the 3 here. I don't know. I mean, you do actually have shooting here because you've got the Ancient Salamander. I'd just go to the number 1 and 2. Because your Salamander can sit up here on the number 1 objective. Then you have your spears just doing this number. Dread Saurian sits back here with the Slan like on top next to the Salamander. And you just fire down and trade onto the number 2. And then all your reinforcements that come out go to the number 2. And then you reinforce number 1 as needed. That would be what I would do, because as it stands, like, the Ancient Salamander is going to not be able to shoot into the trees here. Like, from up here, you've got superior sight lines. Like, you can hit the enemy coming out of the trees here, hit them here, and you've got more space than if you're sitting on the number 3 here. It's not, like, a super long-range monster to begin with, so I guess it's going to be okay. Maneuvering over, trying to get some shots on the Chaos Sorcerer, it looks like, who has Soul Feeder, Blissful Rapture, Lash, Acquiescence, Pavane, all the usual good stuff that you'll see, especially if you're bringing Sigvald as your Lord option. Nice opening shot from the Ancient Sally. Kills 11 models off of the Hell Scourges, and the Shredder of Lustria coming in hot and heavy, ready to just get right in there and start beating the crap out of these Devoted Marauders. You know, and the Seekers need to be careful. Ooh, friendly fire there. Sally actually hit the Shredder of Lustria. Clearly displeased with the situation going on here. Shredder of Lustria just dumpstering the Seekers right now, and a Blood Statue of Spite hitting them too. Blood Statue of Spite is really nice against Seekers and stuff. It's basically a Melkoth's. Ooh, and a Pavane going down. Is this Overcast? Not Overcast. I would just keep everything here to try and just keep this Banana Slan alive through this Pavane, and I think he'll be alright. Luckily, the Slan is slow as hell and has, like, decent mass. Should be able to just pull right back out through the friendly forces here that are waiting. Definitely need to get away from the pit fight here. Banishment going down? Oh, dropping the Shield of the Old Ones. I think intending to drop a Banishment as well. And here it goes, here it goes. Big Banishment about to come in. It's going to hit all of these Spearmen. Get a little bit of damage on these Devoted Hell Scourge Marauders. It'll also do some damage to the Fiends as well. Vortex spells are not bad against Monsters Infantry. Like, it doesn't do great damage against them, but it does actually add up over time. Ooh, Ancient Sally needs to get the hell out of here. Surrounded by Hell Scourge Warriors and Seekers. Oh, and the attack animation actually pushes it deeper into the fight, which is really ugly. Seekers surrounding the Slan Mage Priest, who gets a good regrowth on himself. Source Spears and more Spear Riders coming in to save the day. Feral Cold Ones coming out. We've got Skink Skirmishers, Spears. They're holding up pretty nicely. Just keep dropping Earthbloods. Lots of heals coming down. Really nice spellcasting from Stelios here. And this is looking pretty bad for Slaanesh. Very tight on value. Only a small value lead. Now, big ticket lead, though. But losing Fiends here. What does the Shredder of Lustria do now? Ooh, Awakening of the Wood? Yeah, that's, like, decent. It's a little bit of good damage on the Seekers more than anything. Just, like, run through here, clear all of these warriors ASAP, and then you gotta cap objectives. You gotta get the number 2. You're gonna have to get a triple cap here, I can already tell. But Lizardmen are keeping their units very healthy so far, and they are wrecking the front line for Slaanesh right now. They've killed a lot of the mobility, too. One Coldwind Spear Rider over here did get pretty badly isolated. They took a lot of damage, but the Furies and the Seekers that were on them are getting punished pretty badly right now. Ooh, Chameleon Stalkers coming in. With those Precursor Missiles, they've actually got pretty good damage on these things. They should be able to beat Fury also, I think. We'll see. They've got decent melee defense. Yeah, look at the damage they're doing to the Furies. Some of them also stuck back here, helping out a little bit, but those Stalkers on the rear of the Seekers now. Oh, brutal damage. Oh, yes, baby. You love to see Chameleon Stalkers doing well. Wrecking the Seekers, helping peel for the Spear Riders. Very healthy blob here in the middle for the Lizardmen, and pretty healthy Spears. Your opponent is fully committed to the middle fight, and there it is. The Skink Cohorts coming out in force. Huge banishment coming down on these Hellscourge Warriors. Not the best rotation on it, unfortunately, but it got a good bit of damage, and it does actually do just enough damage to cause these guys to rout. You know, the Dread Aversion with the -8 leadership is just a disgusting ability. It ruins high leadership factions' day. I have no idea why it's so good. Like, it seems to have, like, an outsized impact, even. I don't know why, but you love to see it, man. And the Dread Saurian is just having a field day. 2,600 value. Oh, my God. Wow. What a shot from the Ancient Salamander. Dropped it in the freaking bucket. That was, like, clutch time Kobe levels of impressive. And that devoted Hellscourge Marauder just died in about half a second. Got hit by a big shot from the Ancient Sally, and then hit in the side by the Shredder of Lustria. Brutality there. Sigvald grinding against Saurus Spears. He's going to do nicely. He's got a little bit of value. Nothing too crazy. Slash Sorcerer. Not doing too hot, and the Lizards are going to win this game. They've just completely taken the battlefield. They're going to get the triple cap. Slaanesh is very tapped here. Oh my God. Skink Skirmishers. You know, with a little bit of help from the Feral Cold Ones, getting some very cost-efficient fire in here on the Seekers, who are taking a pounding right now. They are going to get a little bit of revenge. Ancient Sally, though, finally free and living his best life, just dropping hot bow fire, or just hot fire out of the trees here. Let's see it. Is it going to land square? It's crazy how accurate that thing is with those high arcing shots. Killed another couple Seeker models. They did kill the Skink Skirmishers, which is a little unfortunate for the Lizzies, but Lizards aren't doing bad. Forsaken will definitely beat the crap out of the Chameleon Stalkers, especially if they're going to get shot in the back by their own unit here. Pretty unfortunate, but they got decent value. They're just holding up all these units here, giving the Shredder a little bit of an opportunity to beat up on the caster. Sally deciding he's gonna go completely cold on getting damage in here. Colossadon Hunters road blocking a bunch of units. Honestly, I don't mind that. They're gonna get killed here probably and not get a lot of value, but they're giving an opportunity for the Skink Cohorts to pile in. They're just stopping up a lot of cap weight, which is trying to make some kind of a play here. Slayin needs to get up in the woods. No reason to be alone on the number 3 objective. Is maneuvering away, gotta be careful. Seekers are actually gunning for this guy. There's 27 models of him, too. Please don't leave him to die. Oh, please save him. You know, I mean, this guy is such a bad combatant. Look how quickly he's getting wrecked. Oh my god, no. This might be where Slaanesh can get back in this game if they kill the caster here somehow. Oh, more Seekers coming out. Gotta save this guy. Gotta save him right freaking now. Because if he dies, Skink leadership is going to be very flimsy. I know there's not a lot of Slaaneshi forces on the field, but you just don't want to leave anything up to chance. Looks like the Seekers are going to crumble out just in time. Thankfully, the Ancient Salamander was able to help peel a little bit. Saurus Spears maneuvering over, I would just move him into the woods. Just hide him and stick like a spear or a skink on top of him so that he's nice and safe. I don't imagine there's a lot of magic left on him anyways. No more blood statuettes, no more banishments. I've seen a lot of regrowth, Awakening the Woods, and Earthbloods. So, no reason to leave him out where he might just get killed now. Lizard's kind of just cleaning up on the battlefield at this point. Colossadon Hunters with 400 value, give or take. Croxigors hanging out. Just doing their thing. Chilling. Love the Itza color scheme. It's very cool. Gives the Croxigors some really nice aesthetics. Skink cohort fighting against Sigvald here. You know, Sigvald's just, you know, doing his thing. He's just completely unconcerned. He's so vain. He has no idea how badly his forces are suffering for all of his mediocre efforts. You know? Look at this guy. He's just obliterating these skinks. Skinks can hold him all day, though, in place. There's no reason to do anything to try and kill him, really. You can just keep throwing cap weight up here and hold until the end of time. More Feral Cold Ones coming out just to hang out on the number 3 objective here. They can do some good damage on the charge. And the Shredder of Lustria with 4,100 value, very full on the HP as well. Just rolling dirty in the back line. Has absolutely no fear. Croxicors come down from the high ground to support the Skinks and the Colossadon Hunters in this fight against the Seekers, who are going to crumble out. That will be it for them. More Seekers coming out. I mean, it's not like the Seekers have been doing bad or anything. It's just that, like, when you're summoning them out to, like, be DPS and cap weight is when you're really struggling as Slaanesh. Because they'll get good damage. It's hard for these guys to not trade effectively. They hit so hard and they've got such good stats. But the issue is that, you know, they're very flimsy. I mean, they've got 5,700 HP and no armor. 5 armor, wow. Oh, big stuff, you know. Same thing with the Furies. These are a little bit squishier, even more than the Seekers are. Just because these guys get locked down pretty easily because they've got bad mass. But, I don't know, man. Lizards did a really good job of taking this fight on the number 3 objective and just brutalizing the Slaaneshi forces for playing into them. You know, as with most of the matchups where I've said don't fight the blob, this is another example of don't fight the blob. Unfortunately for Slaanesh, they don't have great tools for killing the Shredder. Sigvald certainly can't do it. He's not a bad combatant, but, you know, he's just not going to be able to... 1, he can't catch this guy. 2, if the Shredder really wants to, he can just sit there and fight against Sigvald, and he'll get enough hits in to where the 750 weapon strength is just going to obliterate this guy. I mean, like, 4 good hits will have him on the ropes. And this monster does have pretty good melee attack. 403 kills, 4,300 value. Spear Riders, just playing for time, just slowly grinding this triple cap game out. You do want to be careful about Slaanesh forming too much of a push here. The Shredder is moving across. It's going to take a little bit of time for this guy to get here. We've got more Sauruses and Spear Riders moving up. And Stelios is doing a really good job of stuffing right now. I mean, yeah, you don't want to commit piecemeal to attacks like this most of the time, but here it's actually a good idea just because you're road blocking. And you're blobbing Slaanesh up, so when they do finally get off this unit, they're a little disorganized. Your opponent's like clicking, and they're trying to get everything all sorted out and nice and lined up. Here comes the Dread Saurian, man. Oh, takes out a couple of models of the Seekers just like immediately rolling through and just munching. I wonder what Hellstriders taste like. Or the, whatever the hell these little monsters that they're riding are called. These little hell beasts. They look like they might be pretty tasty, you know, but, I mean, they are demons. I guess they don't have any real nutritional value. But, I like to imagine that, demonic units are, you know, like the potato chips of the Warhammer Fantasy universe. You know? Good value on a lot of the units out of Stelios, man. Very solid performance across the board. With, you know, a big assist from the Shredder of Lustria doing the absolute top-tier heavy lifting that it's known for. You gotta be prepared for it as Slaanesh. You don't have anything here to fight it. You might think Seekers would be good against it, but this guy just shreds everything that isn't another SE. The Shredder of Lustria needs to be occupied by, you know, a big monster and then shot by missiles to be dealt with effectively. Surrounding with fiends, not really worth it. Slaanesh should be using the mobility to get rid of the skinks and the reinforcements more than they need to be trying to fight the Shredder head up. That would be my 2 cents for what Pinchy can change. You know, lots of Marauders, just like very infantry focused in the opening build against Lizardmen is always kind of a risk. Lizardmen have pretty good anti-infantry tools. I think you're better off going with fewer and more elite infantry. Like just bring 2 Hellscourge warriors and just make all these guys horsemen. And then you can counter-skirmish pretty decently. Even if there are skink skirmishers on the field, you'll still be able to do good poke. I don't know. I did say it before, I'll say it again. I do think that is a pretty favorable matchup for the Lizards. Alright, let's go see about the finals now. We've got the other side of bracket nice and finished. I do have the replay of that other semis match. We'll check it out in a little bit and see what's what. Where the hell is it? What? Where'd the top 4 go? Am I blind? I must be. No, that's the Conquest one. I don't know where top 4 went. There it is. Oh my god. I'm pretty sure these guys just finished their match because they dropped a semis replay like they did. Anyways, we'll go, we'll contact Stelios. Cool. I love the themes, dude. This is my favorite one, I think. I just love how desolate it is. I love me a good, grim landscape. Got the crows. All these flocks of birds and this just foreboding castle with all the rain. Beautiful. This one's very peaceful, very zen. They did a really good job with the aesthetics of the themes. You can see the vast improvement from Warhammer 1, where it's just a black, gray slated screen. Which is far from being the most aesthetic thing to look at. Here we go. Boom. Alright, we're in. We'll make sure that we're not giving up any builds, which we're not. Sweet. I'm coming to hang out with you guys in chat. Yeah, unfortunately, Pinchy wasn't able to get it done. Oh yeah, is he, does he always play Slanesh Dim Dum? Yeah, the Saurian leadership bomb is really crazy. It's really good against Khorne too, you know, because Khorne relies on Frenzy so much. Khorne, though, can actually beat the, Khorne can actually beat the, Dread Saurian. Just because you got the Blood Brute Behemoth. And Blood Brute Behemoth doesn't win versus the Shredder, but is at least able to stick in and fight very capably. It's got a really nice passive heal as well. So as long as you can take care of any skinks that are running around trying to get extra damage on your Blood Brute, you can fight evenly with the Dread Saurian while you bring in other answers. Like, funnily enough, Hell Cannons are actually pretty good against the big dinosaurs, because their missile strength is really strong, and they'll never miss a Dread Saurian. Those things are so freaking big. So, yeah, Skull Cannon's pretty good against the Dread Saurians. Minotaurs are really bad against Dread Saurians, actually, especially against the Shredder. So don't bother with the Minos. You bring the Blood Brute Behemoth, and you bring lots of mobility. You bring Throwing Axes, Skull Cannons, Fleshhounds, Furies, Valkia, and lots of like Marauders with shields, and maybe mix in a Exalted Bloodletter and a Halberd, and that's your build. That's how you beat the Lizards, because that build will beat most Lizard builds as well. Like, even if they don't bring a Dread Saurian of any kind, you can still go fisticuffs against them and beat a wider Lizardman build. But, you know, I mean, there's factions that just don't have the tools to kill the Shredder. Like, Slanesh kind of does, but they struggle a lot more than Khorne and Nurgle. Nurgle has some, you know, like, heroes. You know, the Exalted Heroes can do pretty good against the Shredder. There's also heals that they have, and they've got their own throwing axes. And the Nurgle throwing axes have poison, which is even better against the Shredder, because it debuffs the ridiculous weapon strength that it has, as well as slowing it. So you can layer up slows on top of the Shredder as Nurgle and just absolutely ruin its day by never letting it run away from a fight. Alright, Stelios is ready, as you can see here. Maction, still finishing up the build. I'm going to swap y'all away for just a minute so I can be cheeky and peeky. Holy shit, okay. Wow, alright, this is a lizard build for sure. Oh, dude, this is going to be fat. I want to see it, please. RTK. Warriors of Chaos build looks pretty solid. I'm curious to see how it does against this. We've got Tehenowen, and Tehenowen is not only out on the field at all, but has the burning alignment from being on the Engine of the Gods, no less. So Lizards are going to be trying to roll very, very deep here. And it's worth noting that Tehenowen is immune to contact effects. So I also believe that applies to fire damage. So this Rev Crystal, popping its heals on Tehenowen, will be able to always heal for full if, Valkia is trying to fight Tehenowen on the Stegodon. Which isn't a very good fight to begin with for her. She won't even be mitigating his healing. So, here we go. We've got a Shadows caster. Ooh, Forbidden Rod. Love to see Forbidden Rod come out. You gotta be careful with this guy, then, because this does a lot of damage to your caster. Like, if he gets all 3 uses off, he'll be down to about half health. And that's not accounting for any damage your opponent does. It gives you quite a bit of Winds of Magic, though. So you'll get, like, an extra Pit of Shades or a couple of Melkoths out of the whole deal, which is a pretty good trade, in my opinion. And then you can always unsummon him and bring him back in. Shadow Magic is really good. It's so consistent. It'll do wonders for the Warriors of Chaos here over the long term. Throwing Axes, Marauder Horsemen. Really nice to see a Warriors of Chaos player coming in, you know. I have long thought that these guys have the potential to be a top-tier faction. I really do think that they're in A tier. Just people don't play them that much. You know? I'm still waiting for the day that there's a true Warriors of Chaos specialist in the vein of Martinius who just gets in and they just, like, figure it all out, you know? They put it all together for this faction, which has, you know, a little bit of everything, honestly. Some of the best lords in the game, some of the most cost-effective infantry as well, some of the best chaff infantry, Marauder Great Weapons, some of the marked Marauders can be good to bring on occasion. They've got access to Hellstriders. You'd think they'd do a little better more consistently. Ooh, big damage from the Skink Skirmishers onto the Horsemen. The Horsemen are actually going to take charges, try and get on top of the Skinks here. It's going to be kind of hard, though. The Poison, and layering the Javelin Fire. They're doing big damage with the Blowpipes right now. They might kill this Throwing Axe Horseman. That's really good targeting, too. Not getting distracted by, you know, the other units that are here in this blob. There is another Throwing Axe, but just focus firing one of them down going to be really nice for Tehenowen in the long term. Valkia is just going to land right in front of Tehenowen and probably die. I don't think Maxion realizes just how bad of a fight this is for her. This guy has a pretty good bonus versus infantry, and Stegodons have just so much HP. I don't love this fight. I don't know if there's any healing magic for Valkia in the reinforcement pool either. I didn't really get a full look at that. Maxion, please don't do it. Bastiladon with the Rev Crystal about to get Crunk in here on top of her as well. And there goes the Rev Crystal. And yeah, he gets the full regen rate because of immunity to contact effects. So yeah, there you go. It's not just poison, it's not just some of the other ones, it's also the fire damage. So that's really juicy, honestly. It's kind of cool. You know, there's so many little interactions like that can really stack up over the course of a game. Now, Maxion's got a value lead right now, but getting kind of manhandled in the front line. Marauders getting charged down by Feral Cold Ones and Sacred Croxagores. Halberds trying to get into the combat here. Definitely need to fold into the rear here. Throwing Axes and Horsemen eat a huge flock of doom. Tehenowen with 900 value already. Getting the ward save and leadership from the Plaque of Soak tech as well. Look at the leadership on this guy. Ridiculous stuff, man. One more good Flock of Doom will basically kill all these guys. And a big burning alignment, but really good micro. Oh my god, Maction just getting all of those warriors out of the way was pretty huge. Does roast out the Marauders, does a little friendly damage to the Saurus Spears, but the Bastiladon and Tehenoan should be able to mop up the Halberds here. Another really good Flock of Doom. Not risking it with overcasting it either. Definitely need a little buffing in here. These Skink cohorts should move up to help out. Because Halberds can chew on Tehenoan pretty badly. And Valkia is here. Valkia's still, you know, she's still as good of a anti-large combatant as can be asked for. She will do good damage to Tehenoan. It's just going to be so hard for her. Because he's getting decent heals. And you can see big routes in the front line. Chaos Warriors and Marauders are not immune to psychology. There is a very high chance that these Halberds break and rout here. Big losses out here for the Warriors of Chaos as well. Losing all of the Horsemen pretty much now. Not a lot of value on these guys either. Big sad. Big sad for the Warriors of Chaos there. But Hellstriders do catch the Sacred Croxagores. Halberds getting in. They've gotten some good value. They should be able to help finish off the Croxagores here. We'll see if there's an attempt to save these guys. They're a little pinned in right now. They're like kind of awkwardly stuck against the wall here. If the Halberds just get a little bit more of a surround, then I think they finish them there for sure. Severed Claw moving up to the middle. They'll be really nice here. But you can see Tehenoan just still doing work, man. 1,400 value and a big break on the forces of the Warriors of Chaos. Marauders running for the hills, immediately just obliterated by the Croxagores and the Saurus Spears here who are moving in. A Pit of Shades is going to do some good damage to the units that are here. Catches a lot of these Saurus Spears. I don't know if that's going to be enough, though. Maction, it seems like, has a big value lead, but looking around the field, it's not looking great for him. Lots of Marauders, and the Horsemen getting beat up as badly as they are right now. A lot of that damage and a lot of that value lead is tied up in damage on the Rev Crystal and on Valkia. Bastiladon needs to get away from the Severed Claw. Now, this is a way to throw the game, is if the Bastiladon dies here to these guys. What is this going on here? Oh, a good Sloupnir. Making a little bit of an L there. Hopefully it's not an L for the Warriors of Chaos. We'll see if they can get back in this game. They've got 2,000 gold value lead, but Tehenoan and the Rev Crystal, man, oh, the Bastiladon Rev Crystal needs to run. Get away from here, honestly. Now that the Severed Claw are here, go to the number 3 objective, I think. Kind of folding up the number 1 objective out here. Not having a lot of answers to the armor right now. It's kind of painful. And I just don't agree with fighting the Severed Claw right now. Not the fight you want. Tehenoan and the Bastiladon Rev Crystal could be doing better work elsewhere, I think. Oh, man. Oh, this is going to be razor close. Maction is doing a really good job of being scrappy here. Just going hardcore with Valkia, man. Valkia just being, like, aggressive as hell going after Tehenoan is honestly paying off right now. He's taken a lot of damage. Now, I do still think that the value trade is even as it stands right now. Just need to kill these Chaos Warriors over here. The Halberds are just hanging in, man. The Sacred Croxagores kind of going down here. We'll see if they get a break. Warriors do finally rout. That's a big win over there for the Lizards, just killing those guys. Forsaken are coming up now. Just focus firing them would be really good. We do have Skink Skirmishers who are out on the field. Getting some very cost-effective fire in. Severed Claw, very surrounded right now. A Pit of Shades going down, though. Gonna do some good damage against the Skink cohorts who are on top of them. Also gonna do some friendly fire damage, though. You know, the Severed Claw are not immune to the Pit of Shades there. Croxagores with the Spankin' Paddles. Looking to do something, and the Coldwind Spear Riders just broke a ton of units for Warriors of Chaos. They've got Marauders routing here. They've got these Chaos Trolls and the Throwing Axes routing. I would just commit to going after the Trolls, honestly. Like, you can keep skirmishing this fight out here and win it. You've got the Feral Cold Ones, which can attack the Forsaken, and then your Blowpipes can hit the Throwing Axes. A little bit of a miss micro there, running into the melee combat. I cannot tell you how many times I've done that myself. It's very frustrating when it happens. Bastiladon is broken. Is it going to rally? I don't think it is. Its leadership is really bad right now. 400 HP, 0 leadership, and down to -11 because it's out of range of Tehinoan's leadership ability. God, he's got so many abilities. I can't even read that shit. Please help with readability, CA, I beg of you. Just make this toolbar a little less cluttered. I absolutely beg of you. You know, you can bring it up here and see it. And then you gotta go away from the stats. And it's actually going to be pretty important to be able to keep track of all this now. Because in the new update, you'll be able to see how exhaustion and other effects are actively affecting your units in the moment. Big Pit of Shades going down on the cohort of Sotek. But they popped, I think they had Refused to Die active. They took a ton of damage. No model losses, and they're still killing the Severed Claw. Wow, dude. Severed Claw getting beaten down by the cohort of Sotek. Beautiful stuff, and look at that. Valkia goes down to Tehinoan. The Rev Crystal healing just lasting in there just long enough to keep them healthy into the late game, where the Lizards are now starting to really overwhelm the Warriors of Chaos. They are not down that bad on points either. Definitely not a triple cap situation for them. Hellstriders committing to fighting Tehinoan here. A pretty nice Flock of Doom just to get some damage on these guys. He's got to be careful. He's got 2,800 HP. You can't lose your Lord, though. Hellstriders do break nice and quick, though. Tehinoan with 3,600 value, guys. Big, big performance from Lizard Moses, man. Reading from the good book there, you know. It's a Sunday, guys, you know. Go to your Friday. I guess it depends on your preferred form of worship. But regardless, the Lizards are having a field day with their Holy Prophet on the field, and doing some good crumping here, just folding up the forces of Chaos. That is going to be a dub for the Lizard men. Unfortunately, Valkia just falling behind. Not having any heals for her is rough. The Shadow Magic was awesome. It did some really good work. Got some really nice Pit of Shades off. I don't know what you do differently here. I mean, keeping your Throwing Axes and Horsemen alive is the #1 goal. They're going to be very important for shooting down Tehinoan. But that was just kind of unfortunate for Maction, because he made a little bit of a gamble starting off with the Horsemen on a Vanguard, and they just ended up right in front of all of the Skink Skirmishers. And look at the value on the little Skink Skirmishers. Big payoff for these guys. They're 425, and they all got over their value, which is pretty awesome. And all of that was on the throwing Horsemen, pretty much. So really, really nicely microed by Stelios. Saurus Spears, they didn't do great, but they held. They gave time for the mobility and the armor-piercing stuff to come out and get some work done. Tehinoan did amazing. Sacred Croxies did okay. Rev Crystal was alright. It got a little bit of value. 448, and then the heals. The heals are the big meat and potatoes of this unit, and it got some great ones on Tehinoan, who profited immensely. And Valkia's 2,400 gold dealt was pretty much all into Tehinoan, which got healed up. So, that's pretty brutal. Maction just barely out on the outside looking in here. Maybe the Dragon Ogres would have been a really good call-in as a first summon. Or just saving up a little more and ignoring the Severed Claw. These guys did good, but I think the Dragon Ogres being able to lock Tehinoan down and help Valkia beat him up would have probably been the game-winning play there. Because a lot of the Croxigors were elsewhere on the field. The Spear Riders will do decently against Dragon Ogres, but the Dragon Ogres just hit so hard. They do a pretty good job of clearing through the Cold One Spear Riders. And then you can also support them with Hellstriders. But yeah, great game by both players, man. Really awesome. We'd love to see Stelios finally get the win. Stelios has been grinding here in the new player tournaments for a little while now. That's a big dub. That's gotta feel really good. Very vindicating. We'll see Stelios in some other tournaments, I'm sure, now. And Maction, nothing to be ashamed of there. That was a really well-played game. Just a little bit cleaner micro on the Horseman, and I think you'd be in a much better position there. And I think you definitely could have taken the game in another time in another place. Alright guys, we got tons of replays to get through, so let's get on top of that. That's the autosave, where... Oh, whoops. Okay. Oh, there it is. I got it. We're gonna watch the semis match for Kareem and Maction. Clicking all the wrong buttons. And then we'll go through the list of what I've got, and I'll go for... I don't know. What time is it now? I'll probably do like another hour's worth of replays casting. Oh yeah, they're a great faction for the versatility. Love Warriors of Chaos. Oh, double Soul Grinder, Dim? I don't think so. The Slaanesh Soul Grinders are good against large targets, but against lizards, that's an expensive investment. And you're giving up a lot of control against skirmish spam, which is going to do tremendous amounts of work against your lightly armored forces on Slaanesh. So that would be a big gamble. It could pay off. I would just be very hesitant to try it. But do it and let me know what ends up happening. If y'all ever end up playing a like a rematch of Lizzie's versus Slaanesh. Experimentation is key to like learning the game, right? Don't take anybody's word as gospel, you know? Like, we're all humans at the end of the day. I'm not the end-all be-all of advice, you know? I give y'all advice based on how I would be playing something, and I have a pretty specific play style. I'm pretty aggressive, you know? I mean, I play Korn, for God's sakes. I'm an Unga-Bunga player, to the core, pretty much. Look at Teclis. Teclis is taking some nasty work right now, just getting shot to pieces by the throwing axes. But this really nice net of Ammontok caught all these guys, and now they're kind of getting folded up. They're getting the crap kicked out of them. Horseman cores, yet again, proving to be a little vulnerable. Wow, beautiful final transmutation. Fortunately for the High Elves, they get out of the worst of it. That could have been even more devastating. Very, very fortunate to survive there. We do have Forbidden Rod, so this guy's gonna get like an extra final transmutation, as long as you don't let the Arcane Phoenix beat the crap out of this guy. It's the Omen of Assyrian too, which has, you know, better stats. Ember Storm is really nice. Attuned to Magic. Omen of Hope gives the immune to psychology and vigor reduction. I don't think the regular one gives that. I think that's what differentiates it, as well as the ROR stats. Shadow Warriors coming up. Ooh, and they gun down the throwing axes, who are starting to rally a little bit. Illyrian Reavers aren't doing too hot. They're getting smacked up pretty bad, actually. And we do have the Marauder Great Weapon here. And this poor caster needs to get his ass out of there. Does not want to be fighting a dragon as well as a Arcane Phoenix. The kind of fight that you just hate to see somebody have to take. Illyrian Reavers getting folded up by Hellstriders. Hellstriders are so freaking good, dude. They are, pound for pound, probably the best, like, skirmish cav unit. And just as a little caveat, you know, like, most people, when they're talking about skirmish cav, are talking about, like, Illyrian Reaver Archer cav. But I include stuff like Hellstriders and Illyrian Reavers in that same discussion, just because of they fill the same role. They're still skirmishing. They're just more melee-centric in what they're trying to do. Oh my god. Chaos Sorcerer of Metal gets netted, and then just gets absolutely gooned by the flying squad here. Brutal, brutal damage on him. Killing him is also a pretty good catch for the High Elves, because, you know, that final transmutation, definitely something that can do some pretty disgusting damage. He does squeak away with 700 HP. Is he going to rally? He can rally and just overcast a final transmutation here. That would probably be the best play, and then you unsummon him if he doesn't blow himself up with a miscast. And it looks like... oh, trying to do it, but then he breaks again. That's so awkward, dude. Sometimes it can be a little weird. Like, look, he's rallied, and then he just breaks again. What is going on with this guy? That's very weird. I don't know what's happening with the Chaos Sorcerer of Metal. He's having a little conniption right now. But High Elves, they've gotten some pretty good damage done on a lot of targets, but they don't have anything to clear the objectives. Marauder Great Weapons and these Halberds will be able to beat Rangers. Shadow Warriors are kind of getting trapped up and running for their life from Marauders mostly. And don't have a lot of great targets to fight right now. Oh, that Ember Storm was fat, and a Breath Attack over the top as well. Big damage on the Halberds. Halberds getting wrecked right now. Oh my god. Look at the damage. Big break. The Rangers, guess they don't need to do much of anything other than cap the points if you're just going to have your Flying Goon Squad obliterate everything. My goodness. Potion of Koroi. You know, always on the table for Teclis. Definitely going to be able to give him some assistance. And Omen of Hope. It was giving Teclis some vigor reduction. I don't know how this works exactly. It seems like it's a little bit of a delayed effect. Like, even if you move out of its zone, it still gives it for a few seconds. Chaos Sorcerer chilling back here. Hasn't used any more spells to speak of, really. One good final transmutation will just delete what remains of this blob here. And High Elves barely hanging on to the one objective. I just don't know if the... I think the reason that Kareem lost here is because the Flying Goon Squad is just so expensive. There's nothing on the ground to cap. And Maction's doing a really good job of just not overextending. Just playing pretty patiently. Does kill the poor caster. God, dude. The Chaos Sorcerer died in the trees somewhere here. Imagine dying alone in the woods while a giant bird just comes screeching through the treetops to rip you to pieces. Absolute nightmare fuel. No thank you. But really nicely done. Kareem is playing very competitively here, despite being down really heavily on tickets. Actually dominating the #1 objective now. Rangers are fighting Sigvald. They should just push off and go fight the Marauders here. White Lions can fight the Marauders here. Star Dragon can get a terror out there. And Teclis and the Omen of Assyrian definitely need to help out against these Chaos Knights. Chaos Knights are doing some pretty big damage here. Oh, and the Trolls. Trolls and the Chaos Knights actually beating down the Omen of Assyrian pretty badly right now. Decent breath attack, gets some good damage on the Knights. Doesn't do much to the Chaos Trolls. But the Trolls will probably just break with a rear charge from the Star Dragon here. You know, Star Dragons are just disgusting combatants. Really nice Flock of Doom as well. Doing some damage to the Knights, also to the Chaos Trolls who do fold up and are running. Throwing Horsemen back out though. Ready to get some good work done. Shadow Warriors have gotten some pretty good value, dude. I love the Shadow Warrior choice. Maybe instead of bringing the Omen of Assyrian and Teclis, I mean, I feel like you can just bring Teclis and the Star Dragon and do just as well for yourself here. I don't know if you really need the Omen of Assyrian. It's gotten good value, but that's so much gold value tied up in units that have no cap weight. Big fold up here on the Marauders. We do have a cheeky back cap coming in from the Illyrian Reavers. You gotta get the triple cap. The #1 objective has been retaken by the Warriors of Chaos. Gonna kill the Marauder Horsemasters out here, routing them at the very least. Lots of Hounds coming out. Hounds are gonna try and get the Shadow Warriors, I would guess. White Lions need to outmuscle the infantry here. They can beat the Halberds. The Rangers just dying fighting Sigvald and Chaos Knights is not great. Illyrian Reavers fight off some very tattered Hellstriders. And Maxion just foregoing having the caster out on the field, honestly, which I don't really blame him. Like, you just bring the caster out, he's just going to get netted again and then killed by the Goon Squad. He can cast Final Transmutation all he wants. But Teclis has amazing heal potential. He's still got 2 potions of Koroi to use, as well as Regrowth in the pocket. I'm sure he's got one on deck to pop on any one of these targets now. Hounds do find the Shadow Warriors. They are going to kill those guys. And yeah, I think this is game. Fireborn are coming out. Kareem did a great job of scrapping in this game, despite not having any cap weight on the ground to speak of, really. The flying units have done some amazing work. They've been awesome. Star Dragon could get a good breath attack here. Let's see if it happens. We get a Potion of Koroi there. Moving out. Now gonna use it. Oh, flying back here to attack something else, maybe. Where's the Star Dragon going? Hello? Just flying off into the middle distance, you know. It's like an old western. You know, the old cowpoke is done his work and is on his way. I don't know how Star Dragons for the High Elves work in lore. I don't know how interested they are truly in what the elves are doing. I mean, they might not honestly care at all. I wouldn't be too terribly surprised. Capping this middle objective would have given you a little more time, because you're starting to flip this objective. Having something here to take this would have helped out tremendously. And another Final Transmutation. Getting popped, but kind of whiffing, and now he's going to get killed by Teclis again. Teclis hates other wizards, you know. Does not want anybody, like, flexing on him at all. That is going to be a win for the Warriors of Chaos there. Really nicely played, holding on to the objectives. Doing a good job of skirmishing against the ground elements. That Flying Goon Squad was wrecking havoc, though, and might have been able to carry the day there with just a little more time to work with. I like the Shadow Warriors. I do believe they're a good call-in. I think the Fireborn earlier might be better, and just using... Oh, I don't know, man. Only having 2 units at the beginning to cap any objectives, like, not only can you not hold objectives, it took so long to bring out cap weight that by the time Kareem was really and truly value trading nicely, the game was, like, basically out of reach. Like, had a good opportunity at the end there, but I think you just cut the Omen of Assyrian. and bring Teclis in the air with the Star Dragon. I think that's more than enough, like, SE prowess, and then you spend the rest of that gold on getting something on the ground. Let's go take a look. Where are the High Elves? There they are. Here are the pompous assholes. I mean, look how expensive Teclis is on the damn Phoenix. I mean, 1750. Kindle Flame. I don't think you need Wild at Heart. Shield of Sapphire isn't bad. You do take these. Bound Fiery Convo can work. Net and Regrowth. 3,200 is a lot to spend on your Lord. I'm gonna have Asturian is 2,200. I think Illyrian Reaver Archers are better than bringing Illyrian Reavers here. And then, honestly, a couple of Silverin Guard wouldn't be bad. Silverins just are really durable. So you can hold one objective with the Silverin Guard while the Illyrian Reaver Archers shoot stuff off of them. Then you can bring in the Shadow Warriors. What else do you want? I do think the Rangers are good. The White Lions are a good choice. A couple of these guys. Fireborn are pretty necessary. Although maybe you don't bring Illyrian Reavers. Maybe you bring Silver Helms instead. And you're just trying to go really heavy metal. I mean, going really elite, honestly, as High Elves isn't a bad idea. Especially when you have Teclis, who can heal up the expensive stuff. And do it really efficiently. Maybe you just go with Lothern Seaguard to flesh out the infantry. Because they can counterfire big stuff. They can fight armored trolls okay. They're a little bit more flexible than the Shadow Warriors in that regard. They've got the shield so they can resist a little missile fire if horsemen are trying to like alpha strike them and skirmish fire them to death. They can persevere through it. And yeah, maybe then you just bring the rest Illyrian Reavers. And then this wouldn't be a bad army for Flying Goon Squad. I just don't think you need to commit to also having the Omen of Asturian in there. But the key idea worked out pretty nicely regardless. Alright. I don't know what I'm doing. We're going to replays. Hold on, let me go back through and see. I had somebody say they had a really close game between Slaanesh and the Chaos Dowie. I just want to know who it is so I don't pick the wrong one. Ah, whatever. Find it in here somewhere. Here it is. I think this is it. Alright, Tinkus and Kiss My Axe. We've got Astrogoth coming in here with just Flamestorm, which is a pretty good option. Flamestorm rarely disappoints in terms of the damage it can do. I really love Burning Wrath, personally, as a spell. It's a little less good on Astrogoth, just because it's best Overcast, and, you know, that can kind of blow him up. You don't want Astrogoth taking any damage for free, since he can't heal. If you bring Burning Wrath, it's best brought on one of the Bale Taurus Lords. Because they do get a heal every time your opponent casts, they heal. Which is really dumb. That Chalice of Blood and Darkness is a ridiculous item. Damn near unbalanced, but, I mean, I guess it works for the Chaos Dowie, with their Prophet Sorcerers being so highly revered in their, like, culture and lore. I guess it makes sense that they would be wildly overtuned.
We have a victory point.
Capping with the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, Devoted Marauders moving up to the number 3 here. Hellscourge Warriors, aplenty, man. Just tons of those guys. Warriors and Marauders alike. They'll do alright, but man, the Fertile Ironsworn, man, are gonna absolutely punish those guys. Like, even the Hellscourge Marauders, or not the Hellscourge Marauders, but the Hellscourge Warriors are probably gonna lose to the Infernal Ironsworn. Because these guys do have the blasting charges to get a little extra damage, one. They've got more HP. They've got a little less armor, a little less leadership. I think some of that is leadership buffing effects, though. Yeah, it is. So actually, the Infernal Ironsworn have better leadership. They've got better melee attack. They've got better melee defense. They've got better weapon strength, even. Man, oh man. Pretty brutal. Magma Cannon comes out and immediately misses its first shot. What else is new? Basically, a more immobile Skull Cannon is what Magma Cannons are. Not to say that they're bad. They have a much stronger Vortex. It does 12 armor-piercing Vortex damage instead of 8. So you can see there, with the glitchy tree, the Bordello landing special, definitely getting some good work done there. Big Flamestorm coming down, gonna free up Astrogoth. Astrogoth should just push out of here, doesn't want to fight Sigvald. Sigvald's just too beefy of an opponent to try and kill. That Flamestorm is just wrecking house on the Hellscourge Warriors here, man, and the Marauders. Another good shot from the Magma Cannon, getting a little bit of HP damage here. Pit of Shades misses the Infernal Ironsworn for the most part, does clip the middle of the formation, but not hitting square on all of them does mean that these guys are probably not going to lose any models, and they've got about half their HP left. The most important thing they can do right now is get off these blasting charges and then just help the Goblin Laborers out. And you can see here on the other side, Blazing Beards of Basharit doing good damage to the Chaos Warriors. Definitely worth the damage they did to the Goblin Laborers there. Ooh, Seekers get on top of the Magma Cannon back here. Big catch. You've got a little bit of a summon in that you can bring something out to do damage to those guys. Definitely need to take that opportunity here. Try and save the cannon, or at the very least punish those Seekers. Infernal Ironsworn back here doing good work. What's Astrogoth up to? Just beating down on some warriors. These are the Blazing Beards of Basharit. 600 value on these guys. Another Flamestorm coming down. Definitely going to clear out these warriors. Hopefully it doesn't wreck the Blazing Beards, though. A little bit of hazardous rotation. It's starting to cook his own guys. The fire resistance helping out a little bit. Oh my god, it's just wrecking the Blazing Beards of Basharit. Oh my god, not worth, in my opinion. That sucks, man. You hate to see it. Astrogoth just despises his own troops. They failed him in some immeasurable way, and he's gotten his revenge. Nuking down a pretty expensive infantry piece. These guys are 950 gold. Infernal Ironsworn, they are getting pretty worn out from the Slaneshi magic. Those Pit of Shades have been pretty punishing. What's the value on this guy? 700 so far. Kadai Fireborn do come out. They kind of save the Magma Cannon, actually. It's got a little bit of HP. It can definitely get some shots in here and punish the Seekers, potentially. Infernal Ironsworn still grinding. Definitely need to be wary of a rear charge from the Seekers. Good value on the Wolf Raiders, it looks like. They've been skirmishing pretty efficiently so far. Shooting at the Bringers of Beguilement now. Gotta get away from the Seekers. Seekers are so quick, and they've got poison. This is a scary position. If the Seekers just loop and go after the Wolf Raiders in force, I think they can catch them and kill them. Seekers are going after the Magma Cannon again, and the Kadai are a little out of position. Oh, but the Seekers stop. Kiss My Axe drops the micro for a minute. Kadai get the side charge. Seekers are going to try and pull away. They've taken big damage already. Wolf Raiders screaming in after them will do some good work. And Seekers here get caught up on Hobgoblin Cutthroats, and they're getting shot by the bow fire. Wolf Raiders, man, with the bows, getting big damage in there. Doing real nice for themselves. Another Pit of Shades goes down. Overcast, it looks like. I mean, it's just doing disgusting damage. Holy crap. It might one-shot this unit. Damn near. 1,700 value out of 2 Pit of Shades. Damn, dude. Infernal Ironsworn hate this one simple trick. Find out how this one man flipped the matchup on its head. Chaos Warriors and the Hobgoblin Raiders and Cutthroats kill all the Seekers back here. There's one Seeker left on the field. We'll see how this works out here. Bringers of Beguilement getting wrecked by the Kadai Fireborn right now. Kadai Fireborn are awesome at killing demonic units like this, but they're getting rear charged by the Seekers now. Seekers are going to help fold the Kadai up here, I think. Kadai are going to die. We need to see a save on Astrogoth. That's a good start, man. That Magma Cannon probably just got like 400 value from that one shot. That landed square on the Seekers and took their HP down to about half, and then they just get folded up by the Wolf Raiders piling in. Really awesome stuff. Bringers of Beguilement hanging in here. They've gotten about 1,000 value, but they're a very expensive unit. I think they're 1450 gold. Not paying for themselves. Kadai helping roll them up with the assistance of the Wolf Raiders. Magma Cannon needs to be careful, although actually, now that I say that, it is found by the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows, and he's going to beat down the last of the HP on that Magma Cannon. Infernal Ironsworn are hanging on to the number 1. I kind of like the choice of leaving them back here. This is a pretty beefy unit to try and get through. Definitely going to dissuade Slanesh from any shenanigans on the back objective. I mean, the Bringers of Beguilement were up here, just hanging out in the woods for quite a while before they maneuvered back over. So I think that, in and of itself, is a testament to the prowess that the Ironsworn have. We've got the Wolf Raider bows hanging around back here, trying to get side charges, but Seekers have found them. That's going to be a big roll-up on these guys. And if Seekers get into melee combat against you, just stay there. Because every time they attack you while you're running, the devastating flanker is going off, doing extra damage. You might as well just sack the unit. There's no point in trying to run from a 100 speed unit with poison. You're never going to escape from those guys. More Kadai Fireborn coming up. Blazing Beards of Basharik rally. They've got the dreaded 69 kills. We'll see if they get any more. Hopefully not. They definitely need to respect the sanctity of the holy number. 217 kills from Astrogoth. Big damage values from Flamestorm. Lots of gold in the bank for Tingus. Tingus needs to start getting some more units out here. Ooh, Sorcerer getting surrounded by the Kadai right now. Gonna drop a Pit of Shades. We'll see what kind of damage Pit of Shades can do. This is gonna be a nice little test of Pit of Shades against Monstrous Infantry. And you can see, not the most damage in the world, but, you know, just steady incremental value against these guys. And Seeker's getting onto the flank of the Kadai, too. Ooh, good turnaround there from Tingus. Not letting them get the devastating flanker. You can see how good Seekers are even without it, though. Pounding the Kadai Fireborn, and they eat a Melkoths now. Melkoths is much better against Monstrous Infantry than Pit of Shades. But the extra damage is definitely helping the Seekers out a lot. Another Magma Cannon comes in. Dude, the Magma Cannons really haven't been doing a tremendous amount of work so far in terms of value, but they've gotten a couple of really clutch shots in here that have done some really big damage to some Seekers, man. Astrogoth needs to be careful. Kadai Fireborn do crumble out. Astrogoth stands alone against Sigvald and the Sorcerer. Is he going to be able to get away? He's sandwiched in here, which is devastating. Oh, run, buddy. You can do it. Oh, and he's going to get hit by a Melkoths. And, oh, Narcissism. Even worse. Completely locked in place. Astrogoth is going to be dying here. Nice shot coming in from the Magma Cannon. Doing some damage to the Forsaken. A little bit of a back cap coming in here. Lots of Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Their leadership is going to be god-awful without the leadership on the field, though. You can see here it's at 50 right now. Soon as Astrogoth goes down, which should be any moment now, right? Like, Sorcerer's right on his back. Should be getting attacks in on him. Not 100% sure what's going on there. Does get a swing in. Doesn't do any damage, though. Kind of awkward situation developing here. Infernal Ironsworn hanging out on this objective. We'll see what they can do. Definitely need to target the Seekers with the blasting charges here. Good kite back. Gonna avoid the damage, it looks like. Are they gonna throw in against the Demonettes? I don't think they really need to. They can probably win against the Demonettes. Blasting charges do go down. Some of them onto the Seekers, get a little poke. Kadai Fireborn gonna fold in here and help out. Without the leadership, look at the leadership on these guys. Down to 34. Tingus is down in value, but I do think that there is a chance for him in this game still, for sure. Magma Cannon, a little line of sighted right now. Good micro keeping the Forsaken behind the pillar. Love to see it. Always take advantage of the terrain, man. Never, never, never just leave your guys out to where they're going to get shot for free. Magma Cannon does hit the tree there. Very unfortunate. God, dude, is that another Pit of Shades that has gone down? It looks like it did. It did big damage to the Infernal Ironsworn. Very wonky effect that it was given off. 3,100 value on the Chaos Sorcerer. Prince Sigvald doing nicely for himself. It is triple cap territory for Slaanesh here, actually. Right? Oh my god, dude. Oh no. If the middle gets capped away from Slaanesh here, I would send, I don't know, man. Do something to intercept this Hellscourge Marauder. Barely hanging on to the number 1. Kiting around Sigvald. Get the Raiders up. Raiders up onto the point will actually stop that. Or are they going to cap here? This is a big moment. If they can cap here, they can delay Slaanesh's cap for a while. But they don't, so now they just need to run away and go hold on to the number 1. Number 1 objective needs to be held on to. Either that or they rotate around to the number 3 somehow. This is going to be really tough. I mean, the Wolf Raiders literally just can't even fight in combat. You can see their leadership just tanks horrendously anytime enemy units, like, breathe on them. Good hold on the number 1. Tingus is probably saving up to bring Astrogoth out. Ooh, and maybe going to punish the Seekers here. Not quite. Magma Cannon is just missing too many shots, dude. This is so annoying. You hate to see it. I mean, this is a very expensive piece. It's 1050 without the Hellforged ability, and it's only just now gotten its value back, and it's been summoned in 2 times. So there's a big value deficit that it's contributing to right now. That was a beautiful shot. Big damage on this Forsaken. Taking them down to about, taking about a third of their health off. Just staying on top of those guys, working them down, and then holding on to the number 1 here. Going to be very critical. Just save up and get your Lord back out. I like the Kadai summon, but don't have anything to deal with the Seekers. Your Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are just going to continue to get folded up here. I mean, just look how quickly they're getting beat down by Seekers. And their bad leadership isn't helping any either. Seekers are probably going to be able to get on the Magma Cannon again. That's going to be the end of it. Because they're folding up the Wolf Raiders. Wolf Raiders are the last best tool against those guys. Sigvald is hanging on for dear life out here. Infernal Ironsworn fighting him. Kadai Fireborn with 2,600 value doing some pretty good work. These Kadai gonna hang on to the number 1. Man, Slaanesh is... I don't think Slaanesh realizes it's triple cap territory because they're being so cautious here. Like, they need all of these infantry units to swarm over here. Kiss My Axe finally realizes that it's triple cap territory, but all of the cap progress was lost. You've got a Chaos Dwarf Warrior that can roadblock these 3 units. Magma Cannon did go down. I think Slaanesh wins here just by virtue of having numbers to swarm the objective with. I don't think there's enough cap weight to hang on to this for the Chaos Dwarves. I think it's a little too far gone for them. It's going to be a really valiant effort, and never say never Doing a good job of roadblocking the Seekers from getting up on the point so far. Still have the Capway Bull Centaur Renders coming in. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders just hounding down after the Seekers. Infernal Ironsworn and the Chaos Dwarves hanging in here. Good rear charge with the Seekers. Going to kill the rest of these Firesworn. And, God, please get up on the point with all your cap weight. You could still be hanging onto this. You just need a little bit to hang on here. And Slaanesh does flip it, and that is probably going to be game. Let's see. Fast forward through it. I don't see any way for Chaos Dowie to do this. Seekers and the Forsaken are going to wear down the Bull Centaur Renders eventually. Surely, right? The Kadai Fireborn are just manhandling everything here. But they're dropping too low. They're going to start crumbling here in a moment. Wolf Raiders getting good cost-effective fire, but there we go. Slaanesh barely wins that game out. Oh my god. Razor close, man. You know, if the Chaos Dowie didn't lose Astrogoth here in the middle to Sigvald and the Sorcerer, I think they've got a good chance of winning that game. The leadership was just too much of a problem there at the end. But really well played match there. That was awesome. Really well done by both players. I think the Chaos Dwarves just got a little unlucky with some of the Flame Storms. And Pit of Shades was just fat value all game. 3,200 value on that Sorcerer. 2,000 on Sigvald. Pretty juicy. And he healing capped as well, which is also a good sign. Burgers of Beguilement didn't get their value back, but basically did. These Demonettes did good. Seekers are just disgusting. They're so strong, man. Now, they did get summoned in multiple times. They didn't all do amazingly, but I think they got decent enough value on the ones that did come out that I think they all paid for themselves over the course of the long grind. At the very least, they helped kill this Magma Cannon and kept it from doing much of anything. Kadai were crucial. They did tremendous work. Bull Centaur Renders, I don't love them in this matchup. Like, they lose to Hellstriders. Like, one Hellstrider with the anti-large, I think actually does beat a Bull Centaur Render. And if they don't, just another one will do the work, and then you're still getting cost-effective trade there. But you don't really see any Hellstriders in this build. Which I think is one thing I would trade. I don't think you need this many Forsaken. Like, just cut 2 Forsaken and the Spear, and then get 3 Hellstriders. 2 with the anti-large and 1 with the Hellscourges. And you've got, like, the perfect reinforcement pool for this type of Slaaneshi build, where you're just going, like, heavy metal, trying to grind your opponent down. I think that would be the ticket for me. Because the Hellstriders have shields, and they still have 100 speed. They can chase down the Wolf Raiders. And the Wolf Raiders got fat value across the board. They were doing amazing work, and there was not enough of an answer to them. Like, you can chase them with Seekers, and you can probably catch them at some point. But these guys don't have shields, and they're going to take a lot of damage from the Wolf Raider bows. Whereas Hellscourges, they'll still take damage, but a lot less. And on a much cheaper unit that also has the same ability to catch. That's my thought process there. Alright. We're going to do Khorne versus Tomb Kings. Pretty tough matchup for Khorne. It's a little bit of a build roulette type of matchup. Tomb Kings just have really good shooting. You can see going really hardcore into the shooting also. Chosen the Gods, Ushapti Greatbow. We've got Double Sepulchral Stalker, and we've got Arkan. Arkan should be able to do some good damage to Valkia with Spirit Leech. It's really nice to be able to wear her down over the course of a long game from afar without having to commit to any bad fights. He's also got the Liber Mortis, which against demon units and magic damage isn't going to matter much, but there's a lot of Marauders here. And there's also the throwing axes. So Liber Mortis is going to mitigate a lot of damage from some of the other tools that Khorne has access to. Tomb Blade of Arkan is here. Does not have the cooldown reduction item, which is fine. It's okay. Not super needed, in my opinion. Fate of Buna and Spirit Leech are going to be the spells. I wouldn't even waste my time with Buna here. I would bring Doom and Darkness and Spirit Leech. Doom and Darkness to, like, break leadership on units, and then you can pop the Spirit Leech on Valkia all game and just wear down a very annoying combat lord. You know, she's great against Sepulchral Stalkers. She'll hound the Ushabti Greatbow into the freaking nether regions. Capped the number 1 objective, capped the number 2 objective. Khorne just positioning for, you know, an opportunity to push the number 3 or hang on to the number 1 here. Sepulchral Stalkers, they're just chilling, they're getting set up. And now the Ushabti and the Chosen of the Gods are going to range out the Marauders, the Marauder throwing axes pretty badly here. Skull Cannon moving up into position. Firing at the Chosen of the Gods, which is a good target to shoot at. They do miss, but they hit the Tomb Guard Halberds at least, so they get a nice little chunk of change off of them. Valkia's taking some of the Ushabti bow fire. She's a really small target. They don't get a lot of damage on her. Take about 100 HP off. Oh, and the Sepulchral Stalkers, dude. Wrecking the Marauder Horsemen throwing axes right now. Throwing axes are really good against Sepulchral Stalkers if Sepulchral Stalkers are already engaged by infantry. And I actually think that would be a pretty good choice here from Khorne. I don't think you want to go up to any farther than this line. You know, if Tomb Kings want to retreat, and they're really committing to retreating, just pull your infantry back and save the HP on them. No reason for you to commit super deep into this fight. Another miss from the Skull Cannon, being a little inaccurate. Always the big letdown for the Skull Cannons. They just don't know what to do sometimes. They just don't always hit their target. They do hit one of the Ushabti there, get some good damage. Oh, and the Sphinx of Uskef coming out. This thing is a great, like, anti-Khorne unit. I mean, it can beat down Valkia, it can get in and beat up Minotaurs, do good damage to Skull Cannons and Minos, just about everything. Chosen of the Gods are wrecking your horsemen, man. You gotta keep these guys healthy. The best thing, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, guys, you don't even want to bother shooting at the Chosen of the Gods oftentimes. They're hard to work down. It's hard to dive them. If your opponent really fumbles the bag and gives you an opening, yes, go after them. Most of the time, though, just don't give them anything to shoot at. Just push up your Marauders. If your opponent's going to use the Chosen of the Gods to kill, like, 2 Marauder units, that's not cost-effective at all for them. You might as well just not waste your time. That's usually how I deal with them, is by not dealing with them. And then you just, like, keep your expensive stuff back. You just keep committing infantry up to just take the missile fire from your opponent's missile units. It sucks to lose value that way, but it's better than losing your own DPS units, because you got a lot of dead horsemen out here. That's a lot of value to lose, and these guys are very important for shooting down stuff like the Sphinx and Sepulchral Stalkers when you finally get a chance to engage against them cleanly. Right now, the Tomb Kings are just in the perfect position. They are just forcing Khorne into a kill zone. And this is just going to continue to get more and more out of hand. You can see terror routes going down now for Khorne also. Minotaurs are getting into a good combat against the Sphinx, but the Sepulchral Stalker Fire and the Sphinx are doing very capably at working these guys down in response, and they break immediately. Very painful. More the Eyes of the Desert coming out now. They're going to get some good fire on the horsemen. Right? Come on, shoot. Perfect opportunity to get damage on these guys. Some throwing axes going down here on the Sphinx, which isn't bad. Valkia taking another Spirit Leech. She has not gotten a lot of value. She's taken quite a bit of damage. Tomb Guard, Taking some big shots from the Skull Cannons, but Skull Cannons have not gotten any functional damage on the field. They really haven't killed anything. They've killed 5 models from the Chosen of the Gods with all of their shooting, which isn't really cutting it, I think. Lots of Minos coming out. A lot of dead horsemen, man. You know, you can still do this entire game plan that Adam is kind of committing to right now, where you like just throw your marauders forward and just stuff back with your infantry. Yeah, they're getting shot to death. Yeah, they're dying. Oh well, sucks for them. They should be cooler, I guess. And then you keep, you know, Skull Cannons back a little bit. Skull Cannons, I guess you can shoot at the Chosen of the Gods and stuff if you want to, but your horsemen need to be healthy for the late game, and you cannot let Valkia take nasty damage like this. You know, I mean, Tomb Kings are tough, man. The Skull Cannon getting wrecked by Sepulchral Stalkers right now. Owie. This is probably going to be game losses here. Sphinx of Uzkef is pretty beat up right now. It's taking a lot of damage from the Minotaurs. Minos all over it, but now they're taking Ushabti Bowfire. That's going to be a pretty bad position for them. Come on, Sphinx, finish them off. Arkan is over here fighting some Forsaken. Can probably use a Fate of Biuna on one of these Minos. Fate of Biuna is not bad against Minotaurs. Can do some good damage. Khorne is actually kind of getting back in this game. Despite taking some really horrendous trades in the early going, they've managed to scrap back a little bit of value, but I think it's a little deceptive. There are Tomb Guard that are pushing up to fight the Minos. Still not enough of a compromise on the missile units, and Sepulchral Stalkers, 2 of them are very healthy here. They've got a lot of ammo left, and those laser eyes are disgusting. They just shred into all the units that Khorne has access to. Another Spirit Leech on Valkia. Valkia's probably going to die here. Even fighting a good target like the Sepulchral Stalkers, once this Demon Shield wears off, she might just get worn down by the AP those guys have. Minos getting worn out. Skull Cannon getting beat on by Arkan and some of the Ushabti right now. The Marauder Horseman throwing axe is getting a little too close for comfort in this melee combat. Definitely need to back up a little bit. Halberds grinding pretty efficiently. They haven't gotten tremendous value, but they've broken one of the Khorne Minotaurs. Probably going to be able to break this other one. Tomb Kings are going to have a hard time capping the objectives, but they now have Kefirgard and Nahakara Horsemen moving up. Khorne with not a lot of supplies and not a lot of healthy units. Kind of painful. I think this is where Khorne finally loses the last little bit of steam that they've been trying to build up. A good Skeleton Warrior summon, man. And the Skeleton Warrior summon has like extra entities in it. More than is in an actual unit, which is kind of bizarre. I don't know why it's set up that way. But, I mean, 200 gold value out of a crappy Skeleton Warrior summon is pretty awesome. They're killing some of the throwing axes as well, helping wear down the remaining Marauders and Minotaurs. Sort of Khorne whiffs over there pretty horribly. Ushabti hanging in. Haven't gotten amazing value, but they're still holding. They've got to... Tomb Kings have to hold on to this objective, and I think they're going to be able to. Need something to peel the Furies. Horsemen and Skeleton Horsemen here. Going to be trying to do it. Just pull back the Ushabti Greatbows. Just have them run away from the Furies. Furies, though, do get back up in the sky. Sepulchral Stalkers need to get active again. You gotta have your missiles doing stuff as Tomb Kings. And Kefirgard need to fight the dual weapon Marauders because they'll win that pretty handily. They're just much better combatants. They are decently heavy armor on these guys as well. Nahakara Horsemen might lose to the Marauders since they didn't get a charge off and they're a little bit more beat up, which would be pretty painful. Nahakara Horsemen, come on, Forex, you gotta get this stuff rolling. They're right here in front of you, attacking a very important unit for you. It is time to also move up onto the number 2. There's nothing defending it over here. Khorne is pretty much fully committed to doing whatever they're doing on the number 1 objective here. Valkia dives onto the Kefir Guard, probably going to die here, fighting these guys as well. She does have Demon Shield active. Horseman going to lock her in place potentially. This is going to be the end of it for Khorne, I think. If Valkia dies, if Valkia just stayed up in the air and run away and hid at the edge, Adam would be able to trade a little better here. Skull Cannon crumbling out, very painful. Hate to see it, man. Skull Cannons are awesome until their leadership starts to get affected, because they have awful leadership. Only 60 at base, they crumble out very aggressively. It's really sad. Kefir Guard getting chewed on by the entire Khornate army and just hanging in here. This is the power of the undead. They're probably going to trade pretty well here, despite being in this horrendous situation. Because they have magic damage. You can see here, they've also got regen. There's nothing stopping them from regenning either. There's no fire damage to mitigate that and also do any extra work against them. And yeah, they're fighting Fleshhounds who aren't infantry-sized, but these guys have 41 melee attack. Fleshhounds have really bad melee defense. They'll probably grind through all of this. Potentially. If the dual weapon warriors push in and stay committed to that fight, they might be able to kill them. Big problem for Khorne back here, having your home objective cap. Number 3 is being secured by some skeleton warriors and Nakar warriors. Dual weapons and fleshhounds just running around in the open field right now. Sepulchral stalkers don't want to fight the marauder dual weapons. Ushapti come in, and you get the sepulchral stalkers out here. Line them up, and then just fire away, man. Just like pound in there with the laser eyes. Sepulchral Stalker lasers are disgusting against Khorne because they have magic damage on them. They're very short range, so they're, they need to be protected very thoroughly. But they destroy Fleshhounds, they wreck Minotaurs, they kill Valkia very effectively. I think y'all saw Sepulchral Stalkers get a couple of good volleys off on her that worked down about 1,000 of her HP. That was pretty brutal. Adam is on the back foot in full now, and this is going to be game here. Tomb Kings have this pretty much by the balls at this point. Kefir Guard winning this fight. 1,400 value on these guys. They were pretty fully surrounded, and now throwing axes come out. You can see now that throwing axes are out when there's not a ton of missile units, they're actually getting a little bit of damage in here. I mean, these guys are great. You just can't leave them to get shot up by missiles. If you just wait and play more patiently and just grind against the front line of the Tomb Kings for a little while and trade a deficit early but kill their infantry, then you come in the late game and you can answer their mobility pretty nicely. You've got tools against it. Furies, Fleshhounds beat the Horsemen. They can get on top of Ushapti Greatbows that have any ammo left. They can buffer damage if you're trying to dive Sepulchral Stalkers. There's a lot of stuff you can do, and they can give time for the throwing axes to get good damage. Because right now, the throwing axes, they're getting a little work done, but their leadership is so bad because Valkia is gone that they just rout the second they take a bad fight. GG's to Foryx, really nicely done. Playing very patiently as Tomb Kings. They've been underground for centuries. Why not, a couple more centuries to take a few objectives, right? Good value on all of the Sepulchral Stalkers, just about. This one was a little lackluster, but the other ones all did excellently. These Ushapti, melee Ushapti struggle against Khorne. Even against standard warriors, they don't perform stupendously. Khorne is just a very stalwart faction. I think you just keep the Horsemen out of the opening build. Just bring the other Skull Cannon. I like the Mino here. Forsaken aren't bad. They're very aggressive. Honestly, maybe more Forsaken, just to go in and just wreck skeleton spears and stuff. Although they are kind of expensive. Chosen of the Gods do want to shoot these guys, so maybe just full commitment to the Marauders in the early game. you go and you rush down the front line. You'll trade mediocre, but it'll give you time to like push up your Minos from a much better position as you build up and slowly push back out. Because the Tomb Kings were sitting back on their home objective really hard. You could have also just sat and built up on your own 2 objectives, skirmished a little with the Skull Cannons. You know, I don't hate shooting the Chosen of the Gods. It's just not my favorite target, but they did a little bit of work against those guys. And then you can use the Skull Cannons to run over, you know, Skeleton Warriors if you want, but they can also roadblock Horsemen. Like, using the Skull Cannons to save your own Marauder Horsemen from getting charged by Nehekara and Skeleton Horsemen is a really good use of them. They're really good at stopping Skirmish Cav charge. Because they've got crazy high armor, they're not going to take a bunch of damage. Even if they do take the majority of the charge damage. You can turn around with your throwing axes, get a little damage, and even countercharge. As long as your throwing horsemen don't take the initial impact from Skeleton Horsemen, these guys can turn right around and countercharge, and they will win that fight pretty decisively. They are much better combatants. They have way higher weapon strength, charge bonus, and melee attack as long as Frenzy is up. Khorne just has to play very patiently against Tomb Kings, and that's kind of hard to do. You know, most Khorne players want to be aggressive. Alright. Let's do 3 more, and then I'm gonna dip out. Any requests from y'all? Because I'm down to just do pretty much anything. We just watched this one a minute ago. Khorne versus Lizards. Interesting. Wow. Let's watch this. I mean, Stelios went undefeated, so we already know the outcome. But he did bring stuff other than, you know, bringing the Shredder of Lustria every time. Does really like the tall builds for the Lizardmen. But honestly, it works for them. I mean, they can play tall pretty easily. They've got good healing. They've got great lords. Really strong options for monstrous infantry and skirmish. And then skinks are always just good, reliable, low cost, low commitment cap weight. Lots of infantry for Khorne. Halberds and Chaos Warriors, some Marauder dual weapons, a Skull Cannon, Minotaur, and Valkia the Bloody. This should be a pretty good build against what Stelios has for the most part. The scariest thing to be going up against here is Mazdamundi. He's going to be doing some pretty good healing with Apotheosis. He's also got Nets. Curse of the Midnight Wind's not bad either. You know? Lowers melee attack and armor, which is always pretty decent against Khorne. Sunburst standard, very expensive Mazdamundi here. Lots of abilities. He's like 3,400 gold or something on Zlok, I think. And not a lot was cut, so he's juiced. He's absolutely juiced, and he's ready to go. Skull Cannon doesn't do a tremendous amount of damage. Sometimes the missile on this thing doesn't quite hit correctly. Wait, it got poisoned? How the hell does the missile strength get poisoned? That makes no sense to me. That's interesting. Maybe just because it's a war machine? I don't know, but shooting at the Razor Dawn, the Amixon Barbs, ROR, not a bad idea. Skull Cannon on the wrong side of the hill here. They like to try and fire on a flat trajectory, so when they're on the reverse side, something's on the reverse side of a hill, don't even bother shooting it. You're going to shoot the ground. And if you're on the high ground, oftentimes the Skull Cannon is going to fire high, which is also really annoying. You might as well just shoot the Sacred Croxagores here next time. That'd be your best bet. Or you can shoot the Skink Skirmishers over here, just to get damage on those guys. Mino's going real heavy metal into the front line. They get a little bit of damage in here, but the Amixon Barbs are going to get nasty work done against the Halberds. Lizards do need to buffer the Minos, though, because the miners are literally right here next to the Amazon barbs. Adam needed to get the jump on these guys before the Croxagores and Skinks and Cold One Spear Riders like fully rally. Pushing up the halberds would be nice, and now that the barbs are retreating, yeah, that's a good call. Pulling back there. There's just a few things that Adam needs to hammer out in terms of the Khorne play, and I think would be super set. Look at the Minos completely surrounding Mazdamundi here. A really nice ruination of cities, clears a lot of the infantry. The warriors took a beating. These warriors took some pretty nasty work, but he's completely surrounded by the Minos. Oh no, but the Skull Cannon going in way too deep here. The Amazon barbs have like decent AP on their melee attacks. And, you know, this guy has terrible melee defense. They could have stayed in here and probably killed that. But Sacred Croxagores, you know, they've got the Thanos fists, and they're saying, yeah, fine, I'll do it myself. So they're going to get in there and grind. Mazdamundi has taken an obscene amount of damage. Adam with a big value lead early. You got to be careful, though, in trying to overcommit to killing a lord like Mazdamundi. He can definitely survive in here for quite a while, even though he's beat to shit. Does get an Apotheosis off, and is going to be fleeing the scene a little bit. Chase him down now. You broke his leadership. This could be a big win here. Colossadon Hunters are coming out looking to respond and maybe save their lord. We'll see what they can do. If they stop Valkia's progress, ooh, big catch here. Okay, Colossadon Hunters, they're not designed to kill Valkia, but they've got good enough stats, and their weapon strength is high enough. They might be able to shred her before any help gets here, because it's mostly just infantry that are waddling around out here. Fleshhounds and Furies are the best answer to Ripperdactyls. Not having any of those out on the field yet, kind of painful. You see some throwing axes coming out. Throwing axes, they can just get right on top of these skink skirmishers and kill them. That's the best use of their time right now. Skull Cannon shooting into the Amazon barbs, regenerating a little health and ammo, fighting against the skink cohort, but Sacred Croxagores have found them now. These Minotaurs are getting wrecked by the Amazon barbs. And I think this is where the Lizards take this game over. Lots of infantry blobbed up for a banishment. Spell resistance be damned. Doesn't matter how much you got. It's all AP damage on the banishments. 11 if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is a lesser banishment, so it's only 7. I think the casted version has 11 damage. Or maybe I'm thinking of Chain Lightning. Regardless, though, it's getting in there. It's doing a lot of damage to the halberds. And I do believe that Mazdamundi causes terror. Yep. So the second these guys lose their frenzy, their leadership just goes in the absolute toilet because they're affected by the terror routes and stuff. You can see they break there immediately. And now that their leadership is broken also, they're going to get hounded down by whatever the lizardmen have on hand. Throwing horsemen not able to survive out here. They're getting mulched pretty badly. Khorne is being constricted pretty intensely right now, and that value lead means nothing since a lot of that damage is on Mazda, and he's just going to pop Apotheosis on himself the rest of the game here, and profit. And Khorne losing some more of the throwing axes. Minos dying against Mazdamundi. The remainder of the infantry is isolated and going to be worn down here. Forsaken, not getting a lot of value. They're just getting wrecked. The Umbral Tide is shooting at them, which is kind of hilarious. Doing some pretty good work, too. The Amazon barbs with 1,600 value. Stelios has been so on point with the Lizard Micro today. So many good performances from a lot of interesting units, you know? You don't see the Amazon barbs too often, but making full use out of them here, keeping them in melee combat, and see, here you go. I mean, it's just these guys alone, basically. They're getting a little help from the Umbral Tide, but even when they were fighting it, they took this thing down about a third of its health pretty quickly in melee, so... earlier, I honestly would have liked to have seen them just stay there and kill the Skull Cannon. They probably could have managed it Sword of Corn doesn't do anything to Umbral Tide, unfortunately. Fast forwarding through the rest of this, Skull Cannon going down. Skull Cannon is the last great hope of Corn. Bloodletters and Minos trying to beat up on Mazda, but too many units to respond to that now. Umbral Tide has been getting some steady, consistent damage. Umbral Tide are okay in this matchup, but they're pretty squishy to Fleshhounds and Furies. They don't do amazingly against Khorne Tors. They're more disruptive than anything. They're best against the Horsemen, as you can see there. But, you know, with good micro from Fury and Hound Harass, you can shut those guys down and then bring your Horsemen to kill Mazda Mundi. Yet another game where Khorne focuses on a Lord with heals a little too much and pays the price. Amazon Barbs got 2,400 value. Sacred Croxies didn't do bad. You know, none of the skirmish did okay, but the infantry was, you know, lackluster. Lots of cap weight coming out. You know, this is really all Lizardmen need is just Skink Cohort for days. Colossadon Hunters did good work against Valkia. Umbral Tide came out and did okay. The Feral Cold Ones all got their value back, which is awesome. Some pretty good value on the Spear Riders, too. Need better performances from the Skull Cannons. You just gotta practice with these things. Once you figure out how they work, this is an almost unstoppable unit. They will force dives from your opponent that they will learn to regret. Let me tell you. Good Skull Cannon micro is gonna win you a lot of matchups. And definitely could have won it here. The thing, though, is with bringing Skull Cannons, you have to not commit to just, like, rushing your opponent's main formation. You want to skirmish a little if you have a Skull Cannon out. You know, Adam was doing a little bit of that early, but the shots weren't landing and connecting very well. Definitely needed to focus target priority a little bit differently. But knowing how terrain works is going to make all the difference for that, which is why I wanted to point it out there as to why exactly the Skull Cannon just kept shooting into the ground. They want to shoot on a straight line. They don't really traverse at all, which is kind of annoying, but, you know, it is what it is. You got to work with what you get. And if Skull Cannons weren't as inaccurate as they were, they would be actually busted. If they hit every shot, this Vortex is so disgusting. I don't think that people would even be allowing Skull Cannons in. Oh my god. Alright. We'll resist doing this Lizardman versus Zinch showdown. I might cast that at a later date. What else do we have here? How can we end this out? Coast versus Khorne. Getsmain versus Fabrosi. You know what? We'll do it. We've got a pretty cool Vampire Coast build here with the Gallows Giant. Gallows Giant is really good against Khorne because of the Discourage effect on the Flamethrower. Actually can do some pretty big damage to infantry formations also if you get side shots with the Flamethrower. The Flamethrower looks kind of goofy, but it actually hits really hard. Don't discount it. You know, the rule of cool is not quite there with it, unfortunately. I don't know what CA did to mess with its animations, but it can definitely work. I did not realize we were getting Noctilus on the Necrofex, so we got double Necrofex here. Wraithstorm, Melkoths, Invo. Pretty much the spell kit you want to bring 9 times out of 10 against Khorne. You know, Wraithstorm can do some damage to Valkia or to Minotaurs, or just anything, really. Skull Cannons are a good target for it as well. It's so strong. I mean, like, decent explosion damage, really good range damage. 5 projectiles, if they all hit, they can actually chunk down Minotaurs and Valkia pretty effectively. Nice shot there from the Skull Cannon, getting about 300 damage in on old Noctilus there. Basically the full value of its AP missile damage. Misses, unfortunately, and completely misses the whole formation, too. Sometimes when these things fire high, they don't whiff quite that badly, and they'll get a little bit of a collateral, which is awesome. But not so there. Morgul's coming out, Furies. If only you could cap by landing your flying units. That'd be pretty cool, but not so. Scurvy Dogs coming out. They're looking to rocket up and get on top of those Furies. Is this some kind of, like, 500 IQ bait or something? So baffled. I don't know about taking this fight against Scurvy Dogs with the Furies. It's not a great trade, but Valkia here might be enough to crumble these Scurvy Dogs out before the Morghuls get here. And then you get your stuff back up in the sky. Yeah, I mean, see, the issue is the Morghuls get here, the Morghuls are going to wreck the Furies. Furies are terrible against Morghuls. In terms of damage, they're okay, but the issue is that these guys have the hunger, and they're also, you know, they are dedicated anti-infantry, and they have frostbite, so they make it pretty hard for Furies to get out cleanly, and they just start crumbling, and they're gone now. That's a dead Fury unit. Valkia now stands alone against Morghuls, and she does not want to be fighting those guys alone. Looks like Wraithstorm coming down on the Minotaurs. Good focus fire coming in from Ferbrosi so far. And Getsmain doesn't really seem to know how to play this matchup. This is a tough matchup for Khorne. Khorne is honestly not that good against Undead, in my opinion. But I think they're especially bad against Vampire Coast, where if you can't shut down their gun line, you pretty much lose every single time. If they play a very tight formation, it gets really difficult for you. You can see here, they're doing good damage to the Gallows Giant, but the Minotaurs are taking big gunfire, and they get smacked by Count Noctilus, who's just firing those revolving cannons on as often as he can and just dumpstering these guys. Break their leadership. They've got 12 models left. Maybe they can get back in and do something. Skull Cannon not taking any damage from the shots there. Kind of landing funny. Missing it completely. Big damage from the Bomber Mobs and the Pistol Mobs who are just gunning down all of the Marauders and the Warriors. Oh my god, dude. Look at the damage. Now, these Warriors are doing alright from the Bombers, but you know, they've got plenty of volleys left, and they're just going to continue to work these guys down. That's going to be a big loss there. Valkia did clean up some of the Morghuls. Looks like a lot of them did pull back, but they were responding to the throwing axes, who are getting okay value, but they're a little too deep in here, and they're terrified right now because of the Morghuls. Morghuls all have terror, which can really mess with Khorne. You get that Frenzy, which gives you ITP for only so long, and then just like the sheer number of Morghuls that can come out can really mess with your leadership over the long term. Get's name, pretty close in value, but the Skull Cannon needs to be over here skirmishing and not doing nothing. Don't push into this fight here. Try and push infantry up to nibble the edge of the #1 objective, because you've got the trees here. If you had like 3 Marauders hiding in here, and you just push them up to sit on the edge of the objective here, and then when your opponent comes in with stuff to try and counter them, you just pull back into the woods. All the while you're shooting like Bomber Mobs with the Skull Cannons to wear them down. Then that's when you take more aggressive fights. Once you've worn down your enemy's missile line a little bit with the Skull Cannons, that's your ticket. Because the Gallows Giant and Noctilus really haven't done anything to the Skull Cannons up to this point. They've been pretty inaccurate shooting at them. Actually hits Valkia before they hit the Skull Cannon effectively, which is kind of hilarious to me. Exalted Bloodletters doing their thing. They got brought out at the right time because the Bomber Mobs are out of ammunition. This Bomber Mob just kind of ran into the front line and died. Bloodletters getting big attacks in here. They're killing a ton of zombies right now, but you know, you don't really want this to be an undead kind of moment. You don't want to see like 400 kills on an Exalted Bloodletter and they've got 1,000 value, which is not paying for themselves. That's the kind of stuff that often happens against Undead. And I think that's going to happen here, because the gunnery mobs are turning attention to these guys, bomber mobs are moving up, and this is going to be the end of the Exalted Bloodletters. Absolutely dumpster. There's a Melkoths on them as well, so they're very slow. Only 29 speed on these guys now. Pistol fire and bombs, finishing off a very elite unit. And they only got 400 gold value to speak of. Undead moment, very sad. And see, Khorne's doing pretty well when they're pushing away from the main force of the vampire counts. You have to pull vampires apart. Khorne has to pull gun lines apart. They can't just bum rush stuff like this. You know, like, your units can, like, get to the front line, then they get killed by bombs. They get shot down by pistol fire. Gallows Giant shoots down the heavily armored stuff. Noctilus is doing a pretty good job of doing that as well. But when you split push, and you've got your units, like, working a little bit more in tandem, you're actually getting a much more solid performance out of your army. Fury's dying back here, trying to kill the Black Spot, fighting rotting Promethean gunnery mobs. Pretty bad fight for them. Animated Hulks moving up to fight the dual weapon Marauders. Night Terrors on top of these Chaos Warriors. We're going to fast forward through the rest of this. It's way too out of sorts for Khorne, and this Skull Cannon just sat over here the whole game and did nothing. I mean, you gotta use it. You bring it for a reason. Finally getting this thing active again. I've forgotten about Skull Cannons before in the past. You just gotta make sure you're using these things, man. They're great. They're a great unit. But no, not really doing much with it. It's shooting some of the Night Terrors, which is kind of funny. It's not really targeting the core of the unit, though. It's kind of frustrating. It's picking off a few models now. You can see, like, got 200 value with a couple of decent shots. Can actually fight the Night Terrors pretty decently. They don't have great stats, you know. They've got good melee attack, and they're going to do good damage against the melee defense, but this guy's got okay melee attack against their melee defense as well. With support, you can see how those guys wouldn't be in a bad fight going in there. Karanak comes out in the late games. Way too late to bring Karanak out if you've got him. Especially if your opponent is going to bring a very immobile lord like Noctilus. You want to wait until you've kind of forced your opponent to split the formation apart. Ah, beautiful Sword of Khorne.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Once your opponent's formation is a little more split, then you bring Karanak in to just go right in there, shut down the healing. Then you jump on him with Valkia and you just kill him for free. Vampire Coast doesn't do a good job of peeling SEs. They're much better against your like Minotaurs and Marauders and Chaos Warriors than they are trying to kill like Cultists or Karanak or Valkia. You just want to keep your heroes away from getting blobbed up on by the rotting Promethean gunnery mobs and Mournghouls. Mournghouls do a pretty good job of beating down your heroes. Other than that, though, they're pretty safe and kind of free. Like, you can do some serious work with them. Fleshhounds don't want to fight deckhand mobs. The Fleshhounds should have gotten up and around onto the bomber mobs, and then they would have gotten some pretty efficient trading done. Throwing axes, just kind of in no man's land. Fabrosi could be killing these guys right now, but that's going to be game. Vampire Coast taking a win there. Big dub for Fabrosi. Really nicely done. Playing very patient and punishing overextensions by Khorne. You know, I can't really fault Get's main for not winning here, because every time I play Scrambled Egg and he's playing Vampire Coast, I have not won that matchup yet. It's tough. It's really tough. But I do think it's possible. It's just it just requires a level of patience and skirmishing that I have not unlocked within myself yet. Honestly, I think this is going to be our last showcase of the day. I'm going to look through the rest of them later, and then we'll get some of them. Khorne versus Dark Elves. I have a surprise for you there. Oh, okay. Alright. Where's the Khorne Dark Elf matchup? Oh, here we go. Alright. We'll do this one instead. We'll do this. Show me, Kadrian. I'm excited. We're going up against Tabith. Dark Elves are pretty good against Khorne. But, there's also a lot of vulnerabilities that they have against them. You know, you've got really good Lord options. I don't think Morathi is very good in this matchup. I'm gonna be honest. She has some cool, like, debuffing items. And that's cute, but it's only minus... how much? Only minus 10 melee attack. And Khorne's about to have Unyielding Assault on a lot of units where their melee attack cannot be lowered anymore. I think Malekith is better. Malekith could at least fight Valkia and a Bloodthirster okay. Because he has a better pool of health for Soul Stealer. If you bring Morathi, then you should bring Doombolt. Doombolt is actually really strong against Khorne. Shockingly so. I was a little surprised. I played somebody who brought it against me. Didn't bring Soul Stealer, just had Melkoth's and the Doombolt spell, and put a whooping on me. I barely edged the match out against him. Crows of Cain getting shot at by the Skull Cannon actually picks off one lonely little harpy here. These things are so disgusting looking. God, they are ugly. Skull Cannon rolling up. Definitely should shoot these Black Ark Corsairs. You know, just to kill them. Then maybe focus on the Bolt Fiends, who are like tucked in back here. That'd be a pretty good option. Kadrian doing a very good job of like consolidating forces and keeping them nice and lined up for good engagement in terms of the formations being mirrored. Definitely needs an answer for the Dark Riders. You get some Fleshhounds to loop up while you've got Furies that dive directly onto them. You'll catch a lot of people out that way. But Bloodthirster, oh, getting in here, and Karanak pops Prey of the Blood God. This is going to be a very dead Morathi here. Oh my god. Yeah, you hate to see it for the Dark Elves, man. The Furies get on top of her also. Wow, the Furies doing big damage too. That's so wild, man. I need to get back to using Karanak a little bit. Because look at this, I mean, Dark Elves just immediately lose their Lord. Good Skull Cannon fire coming in here. Actually did some pretty big damage to the Dark Shards. Wow, dude. There we go. That's how you play it, Kadrian. And pushing through with the Marauders. You need, like, yeah, your opponent's got these Bleak Swords here, but why engage them when you can just jump onto their missile units? Like, I know they're going to get surrounded here, but you know what the Skull Cannon can do now? It's just shoot at that blob of units now. You've broken these Dark Shards pretty hard, and you're still punishing them a little bit. You can just fire in the air and break these guys. You'll absolutely obliterate them, and the Manticore up in the sky gets rampaged. Fighting Valkia and the Bloodthirster, who have gotten fat value. Valkia has only got 141, actually. Wow. Okay, that's kind of awkward. But Bloodthirster, Karanak, and the Furies did crazy good work there. Karanak is helping beat up on the Bleak Swords. He's honestly pretty good supporting in the front line. His attacks have pretty good splash damage on them, and they can definitely do some good work against these guys. Marauders just fighting Bleak Swords. Probably going to lose this. They're pretty beat up now. Bolt Fiends are very wounded. I would just, yeah, Fury's going to finish him off here. Oh man, Kadrian just all over this game, completely dominating it. Holy crap. We got the Repeater crossbows. Tabith forgetting about these guys a little bit. And they get jumped on. They get wrecked by Minotaurs. Run over by the Bloodthirsters. Probably just going to chase them the rest of the game. Nice volley there. Yeah, just don't want... Bloodthirsters can't afford to get shot at by AP missiles. This is where Bloodthirsters typically end up being a bad choice. Is, you know... They get shot to death by missile fire, and then you cry because they can't do anything about it. Because they don't have a shield. They're really good against large targets, but not much else. Like cavalry and other SCs are really the best targets for these guys. Minos, they're going to clean up the Manticore potentially, or go after the Dark Shards. I would go after the Dark Shards, and then just let the Bloodthirster clean up the Manticore. But it looks like he'll go after the Dark Riders who are trying to cap an objective. Oh my god, the Minotaurs have full Blood Greed charge, and they're just rampaging around back here. And now Karanak is on the Reaper Bolt Thrower crew. Minos in the back line. Wow. Very clean execution. Your opponent was not ready for the Karanak call-in. And see, if Malekith had been up in the sky, he probably would have gotten the crap kicked out of him. But he probably would not have died from that one Prey of the Blood God being popped. He would have been able to escape and pop Soul Stealer. And maybe he would have been able to trade back a little better. Yeah, that was brutal. That was nicely done, Kadrian. Big props, dude. Yeah, Tabith, Marathi is cute, but for that very reason, I don't think she's good. If your opponent has, you know, like Valkia beats Marathi pretty badly. Marathi doesn't have a lot of HP to heal. Basically, any game with me isn't worth the time. I think it was my second longest game. No, that's not true. Like, you're getting you're getting a learning experience here. This game has a ridiculous learning curve. Like, truly ridiculous. The more games you play, and unfortunately the more you lose, the more you'll figure out what does and doesn't work. Against Khorne, like, yeah, Malekith is going to struggle against the Bloodthirster, Karanak, and Valkia, but he is pretty quick up in the sky. You can avoid committing 2 fights against those guys. Here we go. You bring Soul Stealer. You know, Power of Darkness gives you a little more Winds of Magic. It's actually pretty decent. You can get a whole extra Soul Stealer out of this. Right, 20 seconds, 0.7, you get 8, give or take. Kind of can get an extra Soul Stealer out of Power and Darkness, but if you want to, like, get more, you can always bring a Sorceress with, you know, nothing except the spell here. And you cast Power of Darkness on the Sorceresses. They're dirt cheap with Power of Darkness. You can get a ton of extra Winds of Magic that way. Don't need Spiteful Conjuration or Stand Your Ground. You just bring them on Seraphon with Soul Stealer and Power. Power if you want the extra wins. If not, you can save, you know, another little bit of gold. And then you can just, like, I mean, Witch Elves are pretty good here. They're not bad. I like the Repeater The Repeater Hambos aren't bad. They're pretty heavily armored. They can skirmish against the throwing axes pretty well. They also do a good job of shooting at Bloodthirsters. But I think the real meat and potatoes now is Scourge Runner Chariots for skirmish. They got buffs this most recent patch, and they're filthy. They're so strong. They use their ammo pretty quickly, but that's honestly a good thing, because it makes it very difficult to kill these things before they've gotten their value back. And with the good shooting that they have, they've got missiles that pierce through multiple entities, which means Marauder Horsemen suffer. They can go and shoot Skull Cannons and do big damage to the Skull Cannons. They can shoot the Bloodthirster in the sky. I think with just a couple of Scourge Runners, you can effectively buffer out and keep Malekith nice and safe, and then you've got your opportunity to just bring, like, decent infantry. I don't think you need Bleak Swords. You want the Corsairs, because Corsairs trade decently against Bloodletters and Marauders. You bring a ton of Dread Spears just to hold against Fleshhounds. A couple of these guys. I like, one Doomfire Warlock is good against Fleshhounds. You bring Cold One Knights because they hit really hard against Skull Cannons, Fleshhounds, even Furies, just because these guys have good charge bonus. You can bring a couple of Shielded Dark Riders to chase any Marauder Cav that you can't get a handle on. And what else do you want? I think just some Witch Elves. Something like this. You can go pretty elite against Khorne. I don't think you need the Crows of Cain. Honestly. ROR Sisters wouldn't be bad. Maybe a Shade with Great Swords. These guys suck against Furies for the most part. Just because, you know, they've got pretty low HP pool. They punch back against the Furies okay. You just don't want them to get caught by Furies. But you've got lots of stuff to, like, countercharge Furies. Scourge Runners can do it. Dark Riders, Cold One Knights, Doomfire Warlocks are, like, peak at killing Furies that are grounded and not paying attention to these guys. They are pretty reliant on Phys-Res. But they've got some cool abilities. They got Soul Blight and Lesser Doombolt. They can use Soul Blight on Minotaurs and debuff their damage output. You can drop Doombolts on top of SEs and blobbed up infantry, and it does a decent amount of damage. You need to use all the charges on these guys' bound spells to get the most out of them, which can be kind of hard. So you can leave them at home if you want to. Usually you're going to do better with just Cold One Knights. Doomfire Warlocks are just a cheeky little mix-up, because they can catch stuff pretty nicely. They do have the magical attacks and poison. They do a lot of good debuffing. This? This then, maybe? I think a Bolt Thrower is good to mix in. This is a good Dark Elf army to go up against Khorne. Malekith can just, like, rampage around and bully all of the infantry. He's got breath attacks for elite stuff. Gaze of Malice is really strong against Exalted Bloodletters. Despite the spell resist they have, this still does nasty work against them. Soul Stealer will heal him. It's going to be very hard to kill this guy, as long as you have missiles to peel the other big stuff off of him. And you should be able to just sit on 2 objectives and play very conservatively, and you'd probably win the match. Pretty decisively, too. Look at that. You've got, like, a nice 0 build here with 2 Dread Spears with some Chevrons. That's a Dark Elf build that I think it'd do pretty good. Just keep doing that, then, Tabith. I'm just giving you an idea for if you want to do some Dark Elves again and you go up against Khorne. This is a really solid build. This has a lot of good tools and answers against Khorne's best units. And like I said, don't just, like, rush Malekith into a head-up fight against Bloodthirsters and Valkia. Like, if you see that your opponent's gone that heavy into the SCs, you can always just, you know, go somewhere else on the battlefield. Like, that's one of the most underrated things in this game, is the power of running away. Seriously. That's what makes a lot of the missile cabs so strong, is that they can just run away when they get into a situation where they would lose a combat. They've got 360 shooting, they're firing the whole time, and they're just racking up value while your opponent is chasing and gets deeper and deeper into a bad position, and then you jump out with your own melee units to punish. Dark Elves do it really well. They've got the Scourge Runners to do it, Repeater Crossbows, you know, can do it as well. you've got a Reaper Bolt Thrower. People like to dive crappy artillery like this for some reason. Not that Bolt Throwers are, like, terrible, but, you know, they leave a little bit to be desired. They're not super strong. And you can just punish people who are trying to get after these things. It's pretty nice. You'll see people of all skill levels do it as well. The Witch Elves come in and can clear Bloodletters pretty nicely. It's a pretty even fight, but when you pop Witch Brew fighting against Bloodletters, it's a massacre. Witch Elves are so damn strong, man. They used to rampage other stuff, but I honestly like that they themselves rampage now. And just the prowess of Witch Brew. 24 seconds with the extra melee attack and the base weapon damage buffs and the AP damage buffs stacked on top of their frenzy gets really insane. I got, what, like 70-something melee attack when they've got all of it active. Frenzy gives them 48. Witch Brew gives them another 24. So they've got 72 melee attack for 24 seconds. If they get into combat and have Frenzy up, which is filthy strong. That's going to kill a Bloodletter any day of the week. Bloodletters have really bad defensive stats, and they're 50 gold more expensive. They've got a little bit of physical resistance to help them out, but it's still a losing fight. But yeah, I'm going to leave it off here, I think, guys. I'm going to go check out a few more of the replays later. I'll cast whichever ones pique my interest, and I'll catch y'all around. Oh, Tabith, if you want, go to, do you have Turin's Discord? Are you on it? The Total Tavern Discord, because go there and just go to the PvP Discord section. I'll show you. Y'all aren't allowed to read the secret War Masters chat. But yeah, just go to Turin Multiplayer Discord, come down to Warhammer and PvP. People are almost always looking for Dom matches. It's way better than the ranked. Ranked matchmaking is fine. It's much better now that there's some map variety, but yeah. Yeah, just go there. You'll find lots of, like, people of all skill levels. And people are very nice and willing to help you out. They'll show you the ropes, and you'll learn real fast playing people there. That's how I learned. Before I started even jumping into tournaments, that's where I was at. But yeah. Alright, guys. I'll catch y'all around. I'll be back at it. I'm actually going to be back at it tomorrow. I've got a, I'm streaming the RTK versus Rat Clan tournament, which is going to be 3v3, 4v4, like, Dom matches. They're bananas, let me tell you. I've watched a handful, just to get an idea of what I'm signing up for. It's going to be awesome. You should show up, and you won't regret it. We'll have a really good time, and you'll see something very different from the usual fare. Yeah, exactly. Spend 20 minutes in there, and then you don't even find anybody. PvP's your best bet. Also, check out the RTK clan server, because they're all really cool, and they'll hook you up with all kinds of info. But yeah. Later, guys. Take care. And come back for some wild and woolly 4v4, 3v3 free-for-all action tomorrow. Peace.